Erasmus+, Europejski Korpus Solidarności. Nowe perspektywy, szersze horyzonty. Środowisko i walka ze zmianą klimatu. Włączanie i różnorodność. Transformacja cyfrowa. Uczestnictwo w życiu demokratycznym. Nowa perspektywa finansowa 21-27.
Szukając pracy po studiach, bez doświadczenia, możesz czuć się zagubiony. Nie wiesz, od czego zacząć. Nic straconego. Poznaj Europass. Miejsce, w którym zaprezentujesz swoje umiejętności, kwalifikacje i dotychczasowe doświadczenie zawodowe. Dzięki Europass stworzysz profesjonalny profil, a Twoje CV wyróżni się na tle innych ofert. Od czego zacząć? Od CV. Jest kilka template'ów do wyboru. W Europass możesz pochwalić się swoimi zaletami na wiele sposobów. CV ma rozbudowaną sekcję poświęconą znajomości języków obcych. O finalnym wyglądzie i treści decydujesz Ty. Wszystkie dokumenty przechowujesz w zakładce Moja biblioteka. Europass jest połączony z największą europejską wyszukiwarką ofert pracy, kursów i wolontariatu EURES. Profil Europass stanie się Twoją cyfrową wizytówką. Za pomocą jednego kliknięcia możesz ją udostępnić pracodawcy lub zainteresowanym osobom. Europass jest rozpoznawalny w całej Europie. Jest bezpieczny i darmowy. Funkcjonuje w takiej samej formie w 29 językach. Zrób kolejny krok i dołącz do Europass już teraz.
Jeśli jesteś praktykiem poradnictwa zawodowego, doskonale wiesz, jak dziś ważny jest rozwój zawodowy. Abyś mógł wspierać innych, potrzebujesz przejrzystych informacji na temat dostępnych form edukacji zawodowej, trendów i zapotrzebowań na kompetencje na rynku pracy, a także skutecznych narzędzi i praktyk pracy z klientem. Jednym słowem, potrzebujesz aktualnej wiedzy i rozwoju kompetencji, i to na skalę międzynarodową. Czy istnieje jedno miejsce, które wspierałoby taką wizję rozwoju? Tak, Euroguidance. To europejska sieć zrzeszająca doradców, trenerów i coachów kariery w krajach europejskich. Dzięki Euroguidance możesz czerpać wiedzę na temat zapotrzebowania na kompetencje i zawody na europejskim rynku pracy. Skorzystasz z europejskich inicjatyw, programów i narzędzi w dziedzinie mobilności dla celów edukacyjnych i zawodowych w Europie. Poszerzysz swoje horyzonty poprzez wymianę doświadczeń z praktykami poradnictwa zawodowego w Europie. Odwiedź stronę Euroguidance.eu. Zadbaj o swój rozwój zawodowy z Euroguidance.
Fundacja Rozwoju Systemu Edukacji i World Skills Poland zapraszają na ogólnopolski konkurs zawodów branżowych. Skills Poland Gdańsk 2022. 3 dni zmagań, 200 zawodników, 12 000 m2 strefy konkursowej, polscy i zagraniczni sędziowie. Zapraszamy już dziś. Ponad 20 konkurencji. Skills Poland Gdańsk 2022. Zwycięzcy wezmą udział w międzynarodowym konkursie Euroskills Gdańsk 2023 oraz otrzymają roczny cykl dedykowanych szkoleń z najlepszymi ekspertami branży. Skills are the future. World Skills Poland powstał z myślą o lepszej przyszłości młodych ludzi. Wszystko zaczęło się w Fundacji Rozwoju Systemu Edukacji, gdzie grupa pasjonatów podjęła działania, aby przystąpić do unikatowego projektu na globalną skalę. W World Skills Poland promujemy umiejętności zawodowe poprzez udział zawodników w międzynarodowych konkursach Euroskills i World Skills. To największe zawody branżowe w Europie i na świecie. Program ten poszukuje młodych ludzi i stwarza dla nich niepowtarzalne warunki rozwoju osobistego oraz zawodowego poprzez indywidualny cykl szkoleń z największymi ekspertami w kraju i na świecie. Współpracujące z nami firmy już teraz wiedzą, że jest to nie tylko najlepszy sposób na pozyskanie przyszłych liderów rynku, a zupełnie nowy poziom budowania relacji pracodawca-pracownik. World Skills Poland.
Szukając pracy po studiach, bez doświadczenia, możesz czuć się zagubiony. Nie wiesz, od czego zacząć. Nic straconego. Poznaj Europass, miejsce, w którym zaprezentujesz swoje umiejętności, kwalifikacje i dotychczasowe doświadczenie zawodowe. Dzięki Europass stworzysz profesjonalny profil, a Twoje CV wyróżni się na tle innych ofert. Od czego zacząć? Od CV. Jest kilka template'ów do wyboru. W Europass możesz pochwalić się swoimi zaletami na wiele sposobów. CV ma rozbudowaną sekcję poświęconą znajomości języków obcych. O finalnym wyglądzie i treści decydujesz Ty. Wszystkie dokumenty przechowujesz w zakładce Moja biblioteka. Europass jest połączony z największą europejską wyszukiwarką ofert pracy, kursów i wolontariatu EURES. Profil Europass stanie się Twoją cyfrową wizytówką. Za pomocą jednego kliknięcia możesz ją udostępnić pracodawcy lub zainteresowanym osobom. Europass jest rozpoznawalny w całej Europie. Jest bezpieczny i darmowy. Funkcjonuje w takiej samej formie w 29 językach. Zrób kolejny krok i dołącz do Europass już teraz.
Time to begin the adventure of our lives. First time in Poland, Euroskills 2023, Gdańsk. WorldSkills Poland will organize the European Championship in Professional Skills. The first milestones are behind us. Euroskills 2023, Gdańsk. United by skills, we are eager to embark on this challenge. WorldSkills Poland.
Jeśli jesteś praktykiem poradnictwa zawodowego, doskonale wiesz, jak dziś ważny jest rozwój zawodowy. Abyś mógł wspierać innych, potrzebujesz przejrzystych informacji na temat dostępnych form edukacji zawodowej, trendów i zapotrzebowań na kompetencje na rynku pracy, a także skutecznych narzędzi i praktyk pracy z klientem. Jednym słowem, potrzebujesz aktualnej wiedzy i rozwoju kompetencji, i to na skalę międzynarodową. Czy istnieje jedno miejsce, które wspierałoby taką wizję rozwoju? Tak, Euroguidance. To europejska sieć zrzeszająca doradców, trenerów i coachów kariery w krajach europejskich. Dzięki Euroguidance możesz czerpać wiedzę na temat zapotrzebowania na kompetencje i zawody na europejskim rynku pracy. Skorzystasz z europejskich inicjatyw, programów i narzędzi w dziedzinie mobilności dla celów edukacyjnych i zawodowych w Europie. Poszerzysz swoje horyzonty poprzez wymianę doświadczeń z praktykami poradnictwa zawodowego w Europie. Odwiedź stronę Euroguidance.eu. Zadbaj o swój rozwój zawodowy z Euroguidance.
Dzień dobry, witam wszystkich.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the second Vocational Education Forum. My name is Piotr Głusiec, and it's my sheer honor and pleasure to host the conference for you. Today's trends in career planning is the leitmotif of the conference. The conference is organized by the National Europass team and Euroguidance team, as well as the team of experts for education and vocational training, EVET. I'd like to send my very warm welcome to the viewers, to those who are online with us. A detailed program, detailed agenda, and links to workshop sessions are located on www.forumedukacji.pl. Those who are with us have been equipped with the agenda. And the first person to take the floor is Konrad Romaniuk, Europass Euroguidance and EVET coordinator. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to commence today's meeting in lieu of Izabela Laskowska, the vocational education head. She'll be with us within 30 minutes. It's my great pleasure to welcome all of you, those who will be taking the floor. Many of them are the experts of the national team for vocational training and trainings, and employees and friends and stakeholders of the foundation, the organizer of today's meeting. Or they represent other institutions we have acquired to have this elite and outstanding milieu. And this is the discussion platform on the trends of career development, vocational training, vocational educational system at the difficult times we're in. Last year's forum, well, you've got access to conference materials at the website, forumedukacji.pl, as my colleague mentioned. Last year's forum was a discussion platform for relations between vocational training and employment. Today we go a step further. We speak about trends. You, career counselors, know today what kind of professions will be needed in the future. Let us see if we're able to meet this objective, but we've got representatives of the Ministry of Education and Science. Therefore, we hope we can meet the objective. But not only institutions count. As we know, we have representatives of voluntary working groups. It's not only institutions, but your hard day-to-day work, fighting with your disability problems. So I'd like to thank all those who've joined us here, as well as those sitting in front of your computer watching us in a hybrid form. Without any further ado, let us start with the motivation session. This is Professor Małgorzata Rosalska, who is going to tell you, give you an insight into the discussion. This will be about career management in turbulent times, in difficult times. Can we have the presentation on? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for placing trust with us. I'm supposed to motivate you, but what am I supposed to motivate you for? The objective of the presentation is to motivate us to think together. There are quite longish coffee breaks, so I want to motivate you to discuss during the break, to think about our perception of career or work counseling in the context of the people that we work with, and whether these needs have been interiorized, or we might have the risk of unconscious confidence because I don't know that I don't know. Shall I do something or rather not? Let me present myself. I work at the Adam Mickiewicz University in Poznan, and I work at primary school as a professional counselor. I want to say that I have the contact with reality. Sometimes you've got the thinking that if somebody works at the university, you've got crazy and loony ideas. My loony ideas are confronted with everyday reality. So let's think about what I'm supposed to do in the context of two questions. And these are broad scope questions, but the broad scope questions are the pivot for more detailed observations of mine. So uncertainty category, what do we refer it to? Because this is a keyword that it has been on everybody's lips, used in different contexts. So let's have a more operational context of this, because this is the context of us being professional counselors. We live and work in uncertainty and for uncertainty conditions. So this is the question that triggers another question. What is this counseling for? Which is the direction? What are we supposed to do? And the second question is the basic question that pertains to my presentation. Can you manage your professional career at all? Because we've been quite optimistic in our assumptions that this is manageable. But the question is, how many certain factors are there and how many factors are uncertain? And what are we supposed to do if there are many uncertain factors? And these are the two questions that we want to find the answer for. The first thing, the category of uncertainty. When I was getting ready for my presentation, I thought that uncertainty describes everything. Hardly do we know what we are supposed to do, and uncertainty relates to all spheres of life. In the context of the world and the fate, no need to find examples, because examples are at your fingertips. I'm not going to speak about obvious things, but we know what happened in the labor market during pandemics. We know the consequences of war in Ukraine at our schools. This is more or less foreseeable situations. We didn't know how to behave. We have two categories which are very important for us that I want to focus. Uncertainty. This is a broad scope one, and decision question. Look and see. Career or work counseling, no matter what educational level we are in, be it kids, youth, or adults. These are situations that are designed to give food for thought before making an informed decision. So in a traditional, old type of counseling thinking, know yourself and align your job opportunities to it. I believe that we have departed from this kind of thinking. How are they supposed to make a decision if they do not know the conditions? What I see in my counseling, these are not professional knowledge or the problems with writing CV or prospering for information. This is not this kind of problem. They are afraid of making an actual decision because a choice means giving up on something else, and giving up on something is painful. And there is a plethora of offers, and there are people who demonstrate the indifference of surplus. I cannot do anything because there are too many offers. If I choose one, others might be the chances that I have lost. So it's better not to choose anything rather than choose anything and feel sorry. We know the mechanisms. These are life mechanisms. Let's start with the labor market. I'm not going to speak about VUCA. 1987. The acronym that was created by the American army that is popular in every corner of the world. They were much ahead because they didn't know back then what the pandemics would do with the world. But when you follow different publications, when you think about the context about the labor market, there is yet another acronym. Some people say it sucks because Bani is equivalent of Polish sucks. Brittle is the English word that is the first letter. A, anxious, so anxiety, that is introduced. Non-linear is another letter. And the last I is incomprehensible, something you cannot possibly comprehend. These are new adjectives that describe the world we are in. VUCA was diagnosis. Bani spurs you for action. So we can see that's the way it is. But what does it mean for us, for educators, for masters, councillors? For me, the Labour councillor, it means I am supposed to prepare the pupils, the 7th and 8th graders. These might be young people in different life situations. These might be adults. If the world is brittle, unstable, the question is, what do they need? If they are afraid of the world, what do they need to be afraid to be able to combat this world? If this is non-linear, mosaic, some theorists say, what do they need to cope with that? Incomprehensible. So how to decipher different contexts? Look, this smashes traditional thinking about counseling work. You cannot simply fit one-to-one. Become familiar with your preferences and whatever you like, we'll find a job for you and full thrust ahead. It's different today, or it's very different, depending on business sector and context you're in. And what comes last? Crises, the externalities that model whatever is happening, and this is something we don't know. The world is truly surprising. Sometimes it's pretty scary to switch on a telly in the morning. Hardly do we know what the world is going to surprise us. For me, for a counsellor, this is information. My pupils need competences to cope with crisis situations or to manage crises. Look, crisis management, well, it has been harnessed a long time ago. Young managers learn how to manage crisis in organization, but this is the time to help pupils how to manage their own private crises, what to do when there is a huge disaster, fire, flood, and we don't know what to do with the situation. These are our challenges. This is our context. It translates to whatever we do in professional counseling. And here are 3 suggestions for you, and I hope they are motivating. They give you food for thought. The first concept, professional capital. Harry Griffiths full-on theory that I like very much. It's very easy and inspirational. That makes you act and advise. Professional capital is not a summary function of 3 capitals. Individual capital, so whatever I have, whatever I've worked out. Social capital, relations, the people you know. And one more capital. Do you have an idea what that capital might be? Decision-making capital. They say there are people who've got everything. They are the lucky ones, wise, well-educated, well-behaved, supported by parents and local milieux. And what do? They do virtually nothing. Although they have resources, they got stuck. I'm not going to speak about these generation narratives. In every generation, we can find people who, despite having resources, they do not want to act. Is this a problem for a counsellor or rather for a psychologist? I'm not going to look for the answer to this question, but I want to highlight a problem. It's not like us giving them everything. They'll be supported and counselled. They need to have this decision-making capital. I'm not afraid of taking risks. I'm not afraid of making mistakes. I remember being told when somebody has given up university course in the 3rd year, he had chosen it in the wrong way. No, He had chosen the best possible way with everything they had at that time. But it was not a mistake. It was a correction time, the change time that they have the right for. So this is the decision-making process. Do I want to go full thrust into things that is not constructive for me, or do I have that chance for a change? And I told you about this indifference related to surplus. It can be learned from an inability or social behaviors. It's not right to do things. This can be modeled by a school, by social patterns. But there are people, well, it's not a good thing to stop studying, to change jobs, or it's silly. Sometimes you can hear it's stupid to switch jobs and give up on a better paid job. Why? If less paid job is not the one that kills me, that smashes my private life. Dosh may not be the thing that I am into. So this is the question. Am I courageous enough to make decisions, or should I be like a paper boat that follows the stream and I'm carried wherever the tides go? I'll be moaning and groaning, saying, it's not my cup of tea, but I'm not going to do anything. And the last thing, enhancement of proactive attitude. So we are not responsible for everything. I know who I'm talking to, but you have been working in the educational system. You've seen the situation when parents say, tell me what kind of school he or she is supposed to go. I'm not going to do that. Being myself a counselor, I'm not going to give you this kind of information. I'm going to show you the source of information. So this is the question. We already do the job for the people we work with, or where is the demarcation line between counseling? If I give them too much, I stop them being proactive. I tell them, go and look, try to find. If a student brings in the information from iffy sources, there is another point for analysis, critical analysis of the sources of information. This is the counseling job sphere for me. But it is very important not to phase out them being active, and on the other hand, to be able to support it so that the people that I cooperate with are self-dependent in the decision-making process and self-dependent in managing different things that they can manage on their own. I am quite ruthless here. If a pupil can do something on their own, I'm not going to do that instead of them. If a parent can do something on their own, I'm not going to do that either. I can show them where to find the information, but I'm not going to find the information for them. Why? Because I don't want to teach them to be different. If somebody is bringing something on a silver plate, why am I supposed to do anything like this? So this is nurturing the learned helplessness. So how do you understand the professional career that I want to manage? I want to suggest two lines of thinking when it comes to the career management. One is much closer to me, and the other one not so much. It is important to think about professional career as a way, not as a result. Somebody's been successful in their professional career, so they've reached a place other people have not, or stand no chance to reach. So if somebody is the boss of all bosses, it means that they are successful in their professional career. If somebody holds a position, they are successful. In the VUCA times, these careers are quite rickety, I'd say. You are successful today, you are no longer successful tomorrow. So let me look at these themes. 3 metaphors of success. These are the metaphors that I dislike in the capacity of a counselor, because this is an impediment to my work. First, the steps up to career, to success. The higher the better is the question. The higher is the higher, not necessarily the better. This is the line of thinking, like, I need to climb up the career ladder. But we have also vertical and horizontal careers, and in vertical ones there is no stairs. So I'm a manager, a director tomorrow, CEO the day after tomorrow, and then I need to think up what to put on my business card again. And you think, the higher, the further I am in my career. What happens if I reach the top then? Sometimes you suffer a crisis, because if I reach the goal and the goal made me act, what happens next? Working with adults, it happens very often because they've reached the top and they discover that, what am I supposed to do there? To stay there? To climb down and try again to find some other peak? Lots of questions. The second metaphor, a race. Some people say a rat race. The faster the better. The first the better. The first is the first, not necessarily the better. I'm going to tell you about the problem that is described as overeducation. We have too much to what we need. I don't know those who graduated from 4 university lines when they are compared with the one that graduated from line of studies when just one is enough. Why is there a competitive advantage if in this context this is not necessary? Quite possible, but depends what I want to pay them for.
Thirdly, that we always have to hit the target, the very middle. Sometimes things have to be ideal and sometimes they don't. Sometimes you can hit a 9 and not a 10, and that's good enough. We all remember scenes from school where the teacher's handing out the tests, handing back the tests. A kid got 70% and he's crying. Why are you crying? Well, I didn't get over 90. So without stigmatizing anybody, the 70% might be quite good for that particular student, and yet they're not able to enjoy the fact that they are good enough. And now 3 more metaphors that I would like to introduce you to in terms of thinking about careers. First of all, the kaleidoscope. We all played with kaleidoscopes when we were children. Where a single movement might completely change the picture. I don't want to equate movement with crisis, but it may be that one small virus comes along and wrecks everything for us, shakes things up, and the whole picture of reality changes. So now, if I think of the mosaic quality of careers in today's world, what do I need to function effectively in that mosaic world? There's no certainty, there's change. And these changes are frequently not dependent on me, but external, like a virus coming along and changing, shifting the whole picture. Another metaphor is the metaphor of the road. So now if you look at these metaphors in your heads, it opens up a huge space for reflection. Different types of surfaces, road signs, roundabouts, highways, and so on. Various themes that we can draw on to think of a career. We might be going directly to our destination, or we might be stuck in traffic, and that's what life is like. It's all the pauses when things are put on hold because somebody has planned layoffs, and we have to redirect our efforts. But when I think of a road, I ask myself who determines, who sets the route, and who sets up the road signs. Maybe I have limiting beliefs. So I think that's a very fitting metaphor. And a third metaphor that has to do directly with the subject of my presentation. It's a metaphor that speaks of a career as a project. And since projects are managed, as all those who plan projects know well, projects are a thing to be managed. But I can design a project, but a project only makes sense insofar as it's directed towards a goal. So I have to ask myself, what is my goal? What do I want out of my career? If I set myself a goal, I have to ask myself what I want. But if I don't have a goal, that makes things difficult. An example from yesterday, I worked with a grade 3 high school student who's thinking of university. I asked her about her goal, and she said to get into university, but that's not a goal. University is a stage, a tool to pursue further goals. So reflect on a goal that you will only define in the future if you can attain that via different routes, or what kind of university studies will get you where you want to be. Or an elementary school example, the boys want to go into uniformed high schools. They want to be policemen or military men. But I tell them, well, you can work for the police as a chemist, an IT guy, or a psychologist. Do you want to go in with no experience, or do you want to go in with skills and a range of competences? This is project management in action. With regard to adults, we need to ask, what do you want now? What do you want at this stage of your path? These questions often evoke emotional reactions. They are difficult questions because they indicate that we have to change something that was once important to us, and this is working with values, not just redefining competences or rehashing competences, but redefining or defining values. So now I'm moving on to the counseling themes. Before we can manage a career, we need to plan one. I included a picture of some bricks and building equipment on purpose. The question is, what do our students build their career plans on in elementary school, which is when it all starts? I know there are family threads. The parents have their aspirations, goals, and dreams for the children, but what we do in school, I often protest against theories of personality traits where we determine one's interests and then we choose the relevant careers. The young people in grades 7 and 8, they are adolescents. I don't know if you still have the same interests as you did back when you were in grade 7 or 8. Maybe, maybe not. But for most of these kids, their interests change. So asking them to identify their interests and to pick a career on that basis, these are theories that go back 50 years. We are at a different point now. We have a different theoretical and methodical research to back up new ways of doing this. So if I want to prepare my students to be independent in their professional lives in the future, I need to give them an ability to read the labor market, the ability to plan and to think critically. So here I'm talking about career management competences. So the first question is, are these people supposed to be the actor or the author of their careers? If the actor or agent, then it's the labor market narrative, because then we'll show them all the lists and employer requirements and expectations and tell them to be like this to please their future employers. But that's not what I tell them. On the labor market, you can be an employee, an employer, and you can also definitely be a colleague. And these are 3 roles that you need to prepare for. So now this message centered on the labor market needs. This is a neoliberal way of thinking where we prepare cogs for a future machine. I'm not negating the needs of the labor market, but I am a teacher, an educator. I have an educational soul, and I don't want my students to be treated like cogs in a system. They can truly be the authors of their own biographies, and their education and job will be part of those biographies. Some people say this is utopian, but for the moment, I think it's the way to go. The second aspect is lifelong learning, LLL. So when we speak of career counseling, we also speak of LLG, lifelong guidance. There used to be offers for adults in unemployment offices, but right now when we speak of LLG, we know that people at different stages of their professional lives do need support, especially support in terms of coming up with what's next. It's not just about requalifying. It may be about reconciling your working life with your private life, work-life balance. There's also retirement. These adults are often people with great potential, great motivation, the ability and health to work, and they're told, well, go off and retire. So it's also a matter of taking care of them when they still want to keep working, when they don't want to be inactive and sit on a couch. This is also a theme, a subject for guidance counselors. So LLG basically says, well, from preschool to seniorhood. And the third aspect, we may speak of career management, but what I'm encouraging you to do is to think of strategic career management. What is the difference? Well, management is process management, but strategic management is process management within the context of an environment. If I know that my career environment is highly volatile and changeable, I need to think of how to manage this. And the simplest way to think about this is to think of domains, the distribution of resources and synergy. I don't have time to develop these things, but it's a way of thinking of career management that is extremely useful in terms of method, as a method. And I'll give you an example to show you how to go about this. So what I've said so far was a kind of theoretical introduction, perhaps a bit long-winded, but in my view necessary. And now what I want to show you is a number of methodical solutions, i.e. what we can do in our work with every age group. The first model, quite simplistic, but it sets the stage for our thinking. The competence pyramid, sometimes there are 3, sometimes 4 levels. I like working with 4 levels. At the very bottom, we have our foundational competences, ICT, English, reading, writing, counting, the basics. The second level are social skills. I know who I'm talking to, so I won't elaborate on this. The third level are professional skills. So it matters when, where, and from whom we learn. It matters who models our career development. So if since I'm from Poznań, let me give a local example. I think it matters whether a student is training to be a mechanic at a Volkswagen school or at his uncle's workshop. I'm not judging where the student will learn more, but definitely the experience will be different. At the level of professional skills, we need to reflect exactly where and from whom we want to learn, not just in formal education, but also in non-formal education. And I'm definitely talking about market qualifications. This is a space that turns over many things. At the very top is the cherry on the cake, and this is the cutting edge competence, or the thing that sets you apart from others. If you have a supportive home, you went to a good school, you're set for life. A professional competence is grounded in soft skills. And note, when we go to an expert, we don't know anything about the subject. We're not able to assess to what extent this specialist or expert is professional. We often judge him or her on his or her soft skills, whether he was supportive, caring, kind, etc. So we have various types of schools, various types of qualification agencies. but the competence that sets me apart is something that I am personally responsible for. So, for instance, we have a lot of teachers. We have a lot of career counselors, school counselors. So what could set me apart as a school career counselor? What types of traits could set me apart? Well, maybe passion, but maybe something like knowing sign language. Just think, how many counselors are there who are able to use sign language? Or perhaps if I spoke Ukrainian, that would set me apart nowadays. So this special skill is something that weaves into strategic management. I can quickly obtain a new skill that would position me and give me an advantage in my field. It doesn't have to be something huge or special. It may be something that I need just to take the next step forward. Another thing are employability skills. It sounds better in English, although it's still many syllables. So employability is a personal feature. It's not a feature of the market. It's a feature of the person. So if I want to prepare my student to function on the market, I should reinforce his or her employability. Once more, a very simple model: cognitive, methodical, and social. These are all operationalized. And I'll show you how we use these skills in practice. Social skills, that's obvious. Those are the soft skills that I spoke of. But pay attention to methodical skills, the ability to learn. However, in the case of adults, it's often also the ability to unlearn. In andragogics, it's easier to teach an adult rather than to have them unlearn something that they invested themselves and invested money in. And now a new system may be in place and they have to unlearn their previous skills. They might ask, what's wrong with my skills? Well, they're not relevant anymore, and that often hurts. So in terms of methodology skills, that's often the problem. There's also the issue of creativity. Creativity used to be talked about as a kind of demigod, and those times are slowly passing, because we don't just need creatives, we also need analyticals. I attended the Adult Education Forum, and a speaker spoke quite critically of creativity in the labor market context. Creativity isn't always an advantage. There are situations where creativity is an obstacle. I didn't think of creative accounting, but that might be a good example. Another thing are competence, career management competences. A lot of examples in the literature. So what do we need to manage our professional career over our lifetime? 5 elements. Personal effectiveness. It's not about doing, but getting things done. So I'm not interested in how much time it takes you. It needs to get done. The more effective you are, the less time it takes. So the point is not just to keep busy, but to get things done. Personal relationship management. In the workplace, this might activate synergy or prove an obstacle. Searching for work and access to learning. I also work with parents at my school. I think most of them have outdated knowledge. If I know that I don't know, well, that's no good. Because I cut myself off from opportunities if I don't know about them. Managing your life and work, that's work-life balance. Work is an extremely important part of life, but it's still a part. And maybe there's a stage in my life where I want to make money, I want to buy goods. but maybe at another stage, I want to be there for my kid. These things change over a lifetime. And 5, understanding the world. Just having a good general idea of how things work. So these are some themes to think about. These are areas of professional development. Regardless of what job we do, it applies to all jobs. Only 3. Intrapersonal, interpersonal, and extrapersonal. I'll start with extrapersonal. These are tools. If I'm a hairdresser, I know how to cut hair, apply paint. So we like going to these trainings because they give us specific tools. They give us certification. We get materials. It's very specific. At school, for instance, we like interactive method training. This is that sphere, and it's very much needed. We then have interpersonal.
And the interpersonal sphere conditions your behavior on the job. I might be a well-educated educator, but does that mean that I am able to develop relations with the people that I work with? Not necessarily the case. These are the trainings that we dislike a lot because they touch us as humans. Let me share an example with you. Interpersonal communications lectures are very safe, but let's try to discuss it amongst teachers. We practice things on ourselves. You can feel the resistance. Why? Because it's about me, not external sphere, that is the toolbox that we have. But this is the sphere that conditions me being a counsellor, which is more important than me knowing what is the unemployment rate at the moment in Poland. And intrapersonal sphere, number 1 on the beamer, is my perception of the sense of the work that I do. If I have deficiency here, it's a highway leading you towards burnout. If it does not stir me that much, it doesn't mean passion. But if I dislike it, or I enter school and I say, gosh, it's so nice, it's so quiet, because it's July and August, this is the thing for you to think over, because this might bring me down in the context of professional burnout, because there are factors that accelerate the burnout and there are the ones that retard the burnout. For me, it is important when somebody brings in their crisis, when somebody says stay on the job or not, to check whether they have these competences, whether they're able to use this interactive board. Pissed off with that, just teach them. But sometimes they may not be able to deal with the relations with parents or kids. They might be an excellent teacher of physics, biology, or English, but they cannot cope with their social skill. But sometimes it happens that they have no feeling of sense. If there is no feeling of sense, you either find it or dash off. Another thing, I'm nearing the end of my presentation. This is the attitude kind of thinking. I attach great attention to that, especially when we talk to people who work in the education system, I mean schools. And well, this is the lesson for me too, because sometimes I see it, because somebody's attitude towards something or somebody is recognized by behavioral component, by doing or not doing something. It is like, describing an iceberg, seeing what is above the water level. If I shape proactive attitudes to your own career, being myself a counselor, I need to invest into cognitive component, knowledge, an affective one. So recognize their hopes, plans, values, aspirations. Let me put it this way. 7th graders and 8th graders, I do knowledge test. To make it humanitarian, they do it in pairs or in threes, not to make it too schooly. But they need to learn if they know. Hardly can you imagine that somebody makes a decision. So there is this behavioral component on the basis of what seems, on the basis of the effective one. This should be knowledge-based. This is another trace to think how to manage your own stance towards your career. So these are three areas: behavioral, affective, and cognitive. And to wrap up, if we think about the labor market that is not predictable, there are two categories: right and adjust. The first one, qualifications. The one associated with adjustment is about my relations, how I operate on the job. Sometimes you employ somebody who's less qualified, but they are more apt, put in inverted commas. This aptitude, it means fitting, that we are able to teach them, and we know that we would like to meet this person and stay with them for 8 hours every day. It doesn't matter that they may not know something, but we'll teach them. Qualifications and competences, I don't know what I'm speaking to. And employability is yet another thing. Let's increase the chances in the labor market in the three roles: employer, employee, collaborator. And the content that is prerequisite is integrated qualification system. They need to have knowledge about this, because this is going to produce results in the course of the career. They can modify it through different qualifications and register matches happening. It's worth looking into it on an ongoing basis. And the things that we need to pay attention to: precarious jobs and the situations when people have been educated, they have great aspirations, and they bang against the wall. This is the topic for another presentation. And learning outcome confirmation, one of the forms of university enrollment. Few people know that, despite the fact that it has been outlined in the Act. And learning effects recognition, no matter what I'm learning, you need to check whether I can do things. So there's a lot for us to do. We might play different roles and wear different hats being counselors, because a counselor is, kind of collective attitude. We can be the one that builds bridges. You can be creative interpreter, but you should be a facilitator. You need to enhance the decision-making process. That is the process of finding information. So there is a lot for us to do, and I hope that you feel motivated now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor, for this inspiring lecture. According to the agenda, there's going to be a short coffee break. And, ladies and gentlemen, exchange your experiences, network. It's a great chance for that. See you in 10 minutes' time in the same room. It will be 11 sharp.
Nie mogę się z tą Magdą nagadać.
Erasmus+, Europejski Korpus Solidarności. Nowe perspektywy, szersze horyzonty. Środowisko i walka ze zmianą klimatu. Włączanie i różnorodność. Transformacja cyfrowa. Uczestnictwo w życiu demokratycznym. Nowa perspektywa finansowa 21-27.
Szukając pracy po studiach, bez doświadczenia, możesz czuć się zagubiony. Nie wiesz, od czego zacząć. Nic straconego. Poznaj Europass, miejsce, w którym zaprezentujesz swoje umiejętności, kwalifikacje i dotychczasowe doświadczenie zawodowe. Dzięki Europass stworzysz profesjonalny profil, a twoje CV wyróżni się na tle innych ofert. Od czego zacząć? Od CV. Jest kilka template'ów do wyboru. W Europass możesz pochwalić się swoimi zaletami na wiele sposobów. CV ma rozbudowaną sekcję poświęconą znajomości języków obcych. O finalnym wyglądzie i treści decydujesz ty. Wszystkie dokumenty przechowujesz w zakładce Moja biblioteka. Europass jest połączony z największą europejską wyszukiwarką ofert pracy, kursów i wolontariatu EURES. Profil Europass stanie się twoją cyfrową wizytówką. Za pomocą jednego kliknięcia możesz ją udostępnić pracodawcy lub zainteresowanym osobom. Europass jest rozpoznawalny w całej Europie. Jest bezpieczny i darmowy. Funkcjonuje w takiej samej formie w 29 językach. Zrób kolejny krok i dołącz do Europass już teraz.
Jeśli jesteś praktykiem poradnictwa zawodowego, doskonale wiesz, jak dziś ważny jest rozwój zawodowy. Abyś mógł wspierać innych, potrzebujesz przejrzystych informacji na temat dostępnych form edukacji zawodowej, trendów i zapotrzebowań na kompetencje na rynku pracy, a także skutecznych narzędzi i praktyk pracy z klientem. Jednym słowem, potrzebujesz aktualnej wiedzy i rozwoju kompetencji. I to na skalę międzynarodową. Czy istnieje jedno miejsce, które wspierałoby taką wizję rozwoju? Tak, Euroguidance. To europejska sieć zrzeszająca doradców, trenerów i coachów kariery w krajach europejskich. Dzięki Euroguidance możesz czerpać wiedzę na temat zapotrzebowania na kompetencje i zawody na europejskim rynku pracy. Skorzystasz z europejskich inicjatyw, programów i narzędzi w dziedzinie mobilności dla celów edukacyjnych i zawodowych w Europie. Poszerzysz swoje horyzonty poprzez wymianę doświadczeń z praktykami poradnictwa zawodowego w Europie. Odwiedź stronę Euroguidance.eu. Zadbaj o swój rozwój zawodowy z Euroguidance.
Fundacja Rozwoju Systemu Edukacji i WorldSkills Poland zapraszają na ogólnopolski konkurs zawodów branżowych. Skills Poland Gdańsk 2022. 3 dni zmagań, 200 zawodników, 12 000 m2 strefy konkursowej, polscy i zagraniczni sędziowie. Zapraszamy już dziś. Ponad 20 konkurencji. Skills Poland Gdańsk 2022. Zwycięzcy wezmą udział w międzynarodowym konkursie Euroskills Gdańsk 2023 oraz otrzymają roczny cykl dedykowanych szkoleń z najlepszymi ekspertami branży. Skills are the future. WorldSkills Poland powstał z myślą o lepszej przyszłości młodych ludzi. Wszystko zaczęło się w Fundacji Rozwoju Systemu Edukacji, gdzie grupa pasjonatów podjęła działania, aby przystąpić do unikatowego projektu na globalną skalę. W WorldSkills Poland promujemy umiejętności zawodowe poprzez udział zawodników w międzynarodowych konkursach Euroskills i WorldSkills. To największe zawody branżowe w Europie i na świecie. Program ten poszukuje młodych ludzi i stwarza dla nich niepowtarzalne warunki rozwoju osobistego oraz zawodowego poprzez indywidualny cykl szkoleń z największymi ekspertami w kraju i na świecie. Współpracujące z nami firmy już teraz wiedzą, że jest to nie tylko najlepszy sposób na pozyskanie przyszłych liderów rynku, a zupełnie nowy poziom budowania relacji pracodawca-pracownik. WorldSkills Poland .
Szukając pracy po studiach, bez doświadczenia, możesz czuć się zagubiony. Nie wiesz, od czego zacząć. Nic straconego. Poznaj Europass, miejsce, w którym zaprezentujesz swoje umiejętności, kwalifikacje i dotychczasowe doświadczenie zawodowe. Dzięki Europass stworzysz profesjonalny profil, a Twoje CV wyróżni się na tle innych ofert. Od czego zacząć? od CV. Jest kilka template'ów do wyboru. W Europass możesz pochwalić się swoimi zaletami na wiele sposobów. CV ma rozbudowaną sekcję poświęconą znajomości języków obcych. O finalnym wyglądzie i treści decydujesz ty. Wszystkie dokumenty przechowujesz w zakładce Moja biblioteka. Europass jest połączony z największą europejską wyszukiwarką ofert pracy, kursów i wolontariatu EURES. Profil Europass stanie się twoją cyfrową wizytówką. Za pomocą jednego kliknięcia możesz ją udostępnić pracodawcy lub zainteresowanym osobom. Europass jest rozpoznawalny w całej Europie. Jest bezpieczny i darmowy. Funkcjonuje w takiej samej formie w 29 językach. Zrób kolejny krok i dołącz do Europass już teraz.
Time to begin the adventure of our lives. First time in Poland, Euroskills 2023, Gdańsk. WorldSkills Poland will organize the European Championship in Professional Skills. The first milestones are behind us. Euroskills 2023, Gdańsk. United by skills, we are eager to embark on this challenge. WorldSkills Poland.
Jeśli jesteś praktykiem poradnictwa zawodowego, doskonale wiesz, jak dziś ważny jest rozwój zawodowy. Abyś mógł wspierać innych, potrzebujesz przejrzystych informacji na temat dostępnych form edukacji zawodowej, trendów i zapotrzebowań na kompetencje na rynku pracy, a także skutecznych narzędzi i praktyk pracy z klientem. Jednym słowem, potrzebujesz aktualnej wiedzy i rozwoju kompetencji. I to na skalę międzynarodową. Czy istnieje jedno miejsce, które wspierałoby taką wizję rozwoju? Tak, Euroguidance. To europejska sieć zrzeszająca doradców, trenerów i coachów kariery w krajach europejskich. Dzięki Euroguidance możesz czerpać wiedzę na temat zapotrzebowania na kompetencje i zawody na europejskim rynku pracy. Skorzystasz z europejskich inicjatyw, programów i narzędzi w dziedzinie mobilności dla celów edukacyjnych i zawodowych w Europie. Poszerzysz swoje horyzonty poprzez wymianę doświadczeń z praktykami poradnictwa zawodowego w Europie. Odwiedź stronę Euroguidance.eu. Zadbaj o swój rozwój zawodowy z Euroguidance.
Szanowni Państwo, przed nami...
Ladies and gentlemen, and we are opening the next part of our forum, attractiveness of vocational schools in today's labor market situation. Vocational schools, stereotypes and reality, and the debate will be moderated by Krzysztof Świerk from Polish Automotive Chamber, an expert on training and professional education, EVET. Thank you very much, Piotr. Hello and welcome to this interesting debate after this pretty intense and truly inspirational lecture by Madam Professor. I'm happy to have this debate amongst experts and will be joined by Director of Construction Schools in Bydgoszcz, experts for vocational training, EVET, Magdalena Popielewska. Yes, she deserves a round of applause. And will be joined by another speaker, effectiveness of employees department of KGHM Polish Metal Company, Arleta Chorąży. Will be joined by Director of Applied Sciences Academy in Wrocław, experts for education and training, EVET, Professor Robert Musiałkiewicz. Hello and welcome. Another expert, analytical and research team for this Educational Development Foundation, Mr. Michał Pachocki. And the experts milieu includes the chief specialist in the strategies and qualifications department of the Ministry of Science, Beata Dymińska-Skowron. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been brought together to discuss the attractiveness of vocational schools in today's reality. It pertains to pandemics, in economic conflict in Ukraine, and there's been a huge turmoil. This turmoil impacts the vocational schools and system reaction. We are going to speak about stereotypes and reality. And the question goes to Magdalena Popielewska. What is the enrollment to vocational schools? And the Ministry of Education and Science has introduced changes in vocational training. So do we see greater interest of people who want to enroll vocational training system? Are we suffering? Can we see the increase, or are we suffering from a decline? Hello and welcome, everybody. This is quite a longish question, so let me start about vocational schools enrollment. I looked into the statistics presented annually. Let me present. Should there be any questions or conclusions, we may work it out. Vocational schools, apart from continuation learning, statistical data for the previous years, 57%. First level and technical schools. Looking 10 years back, 2010, 2011, the number of pupils, only 6% fewer. So there is a slight increase when we juxtapose 10-year period. A vast majority of these people go to technical schools. Only 31% of the children who attend vocational schools go to the first level vocational schools in the new type. And profession selection, this is what I delved into. The ministry gives us greater possibilities with this regard. There is 200 plus of them. I don't remember. 226 in 32 business sectors. It's increasing, as you can hear. 32 business sectors or industries. Imagine that 10 basic sectors, depending on the type of schools, offer training. So just a fraction of that. Speaking of vocational schools, automotive mechanic, the data last year, 18%. Cook, hairdresser, 12, seller, fitter, confectioner, woodcutter, technical schools. The greatest number of pupils according to statistical data. ICT technicians, 70%. Food and catering, economy, construction sector technicians, 10 professions that are most often selectors. Other, like 22 or 23%. So the question is, and this is quite a serious question, what happens with other professions that are not selectors? Aren't these offered by school? Yes, they are offered by school, but the question is, we've been brought together to discuss it, but I'll return to it. I want to show you Bydgoszcz, the city that I come from. Enrollment depending on the type of the school. Last year, for example, it was 2021-2022 school year. General education school, 44% of young people. Technical schools, 46. Our voivodeship and our city is the front runner. There is a vast majority of pupils going to vocational schools like basic vocational schools, technical schools, and postgraduate schools. 10% only in the first and second level vocational schools. What happened this year? As you remember, there is 50% more pupils. These are the people who started earlier, when 6 years old, and this is the wave that reached our schools now. In my school assembly, there was 250 children that enrolled. 110 are 13-year-olds. These 13-year-olds are still 13 until the end of the year. I checked it. There is 50 pupils of this kind. So the question is, how are they supposed to decide about the job being 13 or even 14? As Madam Professor said, it's very difficult. Sometimes parents are unable to say what kind of career path they should develop. So it is important and pivotal. Well, thank you very much, Madam Professor, for this truly inspirational lecture. It is very important to have vocational counseling at the primary school level, or differently, professional counseling. The professional pertaining to the teacher is also very important. We, the schoolmasters, teachers, and universities that educate counselors, we should think about professionalizing this kind of job, and these people should be employed. True professionals should be employed. I'm going to tell you later about it. I flew off at a tangent. And second level of vocational schools should be discussed. 30th of April 2022. 91 were created. In Lubuskie Voivodeship, just one second level vocational school, 2 in Western Pomerania, and 3 in Podlasie region. Probably we'll be discussing this in a moment. But I've got lots of questions and reservations with regards second level vocational schools. I am a headmaster of a big school. I'm unable to create a second level vocational school for all professions, which is determined by the number of pupils in a class. This is also determined by the possibility of creating such a class because I am short of teaching staff and many other factors. Other part of the question that you asked here, the changes resulting in different enrollments. There have been and still are gigantic changes. You know that well. It triggers the changes at school. We, insiders, can see that. The core curriculum has changed. There is a different examination, just one examination. Yeah, the system is more efficient, but efficiency. Can they continue education after the first level, and will they go to the second level of vocational school? I don't know that, and I should know that when accepting them for the first class. Young people starting vocational schools decide not to choose them because of that. They have introduced one examination. We know that nobody is going to analyze what happened in the past. They live here and now. Young people don't look at that. There is a diversified subsidy for niche lines of studies. Few people know that. Innovativeness introduction, that's a wonderful thing that may result in very good enrollment. Then, market-related qualifications, this is excellent. These are extra capabilities. This is what a pupil should be told. It's happening. If we do that, the enrollment might be better. What determines, what are the problems related to limited enrollment to schools? A shortage, there are not enough hands to work in the market, but it does not help. We need professionals and people who do manual work or labor jobs, but people don't want to be ones. In people's mentality, you have this notion, people still believe that these are inferior schools, no matter what kind of name you attach to it. There is no mentality in the labor market. You still use the old word in Polish, zawodówka. Imagine, my kid, how important it is to show what it is. My daughter was going to secondary school. She had classes with counselor, and the counselor said to one of the colleagues in the class, she's quite watchful because I made her watchful. Imagine, she told my colleague, if you don't learn, you will go to the construction vocational school. So these are the stereotypes that we have, and you know that. It looks like that. Professional counseling is what I'm reverberating. When you have just a few hours a week, you don't have professional counselors. Sometimes these are teachers who have postgraduate courses because they were short of teaching hours. Even an educator may not be as passionate as Madam Professor. These people are hard to find. We are not helped. These 13 or 14-year-olds, well, they do not join our schools. I pass on the microphone, unless some people want to say, can I make a comment? In this education system, we are there being an entrepreneur or partner to schools. And I'm thinking, school should be believed as a part of the system and ecosystem, like puzzles. This is my personal perspective. When I look at cooperation with the schools we are patron to, we have this expectation of them being proactive, this broad scope perception of a school. If a school is supposed to create competences that are important from the point of view of the labor market, the didactic process is long. We need to look at school as the element of the social setting it is in. We are waiting for the school to contact us and tell us we want to do this and this and this and that. We want to activate. We want to start communication, and so on and so forth. And this is my perspective of foyer collaboration in this patronage program. We take up lots of activities to change the perception. Vocational school or technical school is believed to be parents' failure, so you are unable to raise your child, and they went to a vocational school or technical school because general education school, high school, they were not apt for. When I look at the demand and jobs that are difficult for us, first and foremost, we look for highly qualified technical staff who are ready to learn our technological process. We've been speaking about it for 4 years. We even have radio ads. We play them when supporting recruitment process in secondary schools. And this produces results. It's not a shame. You have this perspective. I can develop my career based on the entrepreneur that operates in the local market, but it requires collaboration with economic milieux. Are schools ready for that? Do they have time and space for that?
Pani dyrektor już przed momentem powiedziała, KGHM.
So in the context of what was just said, KGHM is a company that has joined in vocational training in the area, and we have great collaboration. Magdalena has identified certain problems. But quite often we see that there are people missing in the system, people who could solve those problems. Sometimes it's not literally one of our duties. Of course, the school implements its curriculum and so on. But as our headmistress said, sometimes you have to think outside the box. So how is KGHM helping? What examples of help can we mention to enhance employability? Today we see that agility is also a prized quality. One needs to be much more dynamic in shifting from one career to another than 20 years ago. And as our first speaker emphasized, employability needs to be enhanced. How do we do this? Well, I could talk for days about this, so do interrupt me if I get too long-winded. So we do a lot. Standards like scholarships or developing internships or apprenticeships, standards, building awareness about enterprises in the local community. Even though we are a big player on the market, we are all across Lower Silesia. We have 3 iron mills, as well as mines and various technical plants. Kids from Legnica weren't aware that there was a mine in Lublin, and they were very surprised to find out. When I talked about this at work, everybody was stunned. So on the one hand, we do communicate to the market, and we also help parents and children from grade 8 to make decisions in terms of choosing their further education, in terms of choosing vocational schools, that this is a good idea for career success, and there's room for a child who goes down this path to be successful in the future, to have stable employment, to have job security, to work for a recognized big employer. But on the other hand, we also try, maybe this is a bit pejorative, we also try to absorb those kids as fast as possible. Because, as we said, the 3Ds, dull, dirty, dangerous, these jobs are increasingly less sexy for the young generation. Some kids just can't imagine hard labor, working in a mine under very difficult conditions or in a steelworks. So the challenge is not just to find engineers, mechanics, and so on, we need to convince them that a mine is a fun place to work. So that's why we put so much emphasis on training, on-the-job training, and we build this ethos of a practical job trainer and teacher, showing how influential such teachers are among kids in terms of showing the organization in a good light. We also invite them to volunteer campaigns, to various athletic events organized by our company, so they get to know us as people and see that there are fun people working at this company who are full of passion, who love their jobs, who love the organization. So here we are trying to activate emotions and showing these young people that this could be their home. Two more things which are extremely important to the young generation. First of all, thinking about the future, because the way we've set it up, we've created tools and educational pathways. So a young person who comes to us has the opportunity, having graduated from a vocational school, they have the opportunity to build up an education that would allow them to work in supervisory positions. So, for instance, they might complete a technical school and then go on to university. And in that manner, they might enter the organization. Also, when we speak of the transition from a trade school to employment, this year we are starting an apprenticeship program. We will be offering 6 month internships to the best students, which will allow them to get insights into whether we can connect. It's also an answer to the decision-making uncertainty that the first speaker spoke of. We see hesitation on the part of students who are often uncertain whether they will be able to handle the job. So we tell them, well, if you're not sure, try it. Work with us for 6 months. You'll be looked after by a mentor, an instructor who will be assigned to you, and that way you can determine whether you want to continue with us. So there are many ways. We definitely work in areas having to do with showing our attractiveness as an employer, but we also want to build emotional relationships with our potential employees, students from trade schools, because the strength of our company is rooted in very personal engagement. Our employees love KGHM. Sometimes it's a rather cool love when they're entitled, and sometimes it's just boundless love where they've truly found their place in the world. So thank you very much for mentioning this emotional sphere. It's very much needed in education, and I think that many areas of Poland are envious of Silesia, where KGHM is so present as such a strong partner, working with trade schools and universities. It's not like that everywhere. Even though there are success stories all across Poland. I recently visited Włocławek. I admire the rector of the Applied Sciences Academy in that city, how far they've come. 2 questions to the rector. The first one related to what Mrs. Magdalena was talking about. When it comes to higher education, are we seeing a positive reaction with more high school graduates opting for a technical education? Plus, one more question. With regard to the situation at the Applied Sciences Academy of Applied Sciences, I know that you offer a broad array of degrees. Is it true, like Magdalena said, are these vocational school graduates, do they have opportunities to continue their education at your university? Yes, thank you. A few statistical data that overthrow certain myths. When our university system and the entire education system was undergoing profound a transition in the 1980s and 90s. In 1990, there were some 16% students, 16% of students were studying technical subjects at published universities. So 1 in 6 students was a technical major. And I think in 1990, we had some 56,000 university graduates. 20 years later came the peak with 500,000 graduates. So 9 times the number from 1990. And this started peaking around 2003. We are now experiencing a demographic decline. Back then, under the previous government, vocational schools were quite well developed. Only 10% of cohorts went to university in 1990, and the degree of scholarization increased hugely in the coming years. We caught up with the EU average. A lot of budgetary money went towards this purpose, and there was also people also became active, recognizing that higher education was a guarantee of a good career. But now the situation has turned around. There was a claim implicit in the question, is it worth studying technical subjects? Well, yes, of course. Let me just cite the financial indicators, which may not be the most important, but we have a way to track what our graduates go on to do and how much they earn. It's not always reliable information. However, in a group of 100 subject areas with the highest earnings, this group includes maybe 2 to 5 academic disciplines. The rest are all technical and medical disciplines. So if we look at the job barometer, deficit occupations in Poland, we need medical professions. This is the outcome of what we've been through and the Polish New Deal. So we have a shortage of medical professions, technical professionals as well. So it's definitely worth going into a technical career for the financial reasons. And what is happening in the higher education sector? So 15, 20 years down the road, around 2020 or 2022, the percentage of people in technical degrees is only 18%. And it was 25% back in 2016. 1 in every 4 students in Poland was a technical major. So, however, if we were to look at the most popular university subject areas back in 2015, the top 15 majors with the highest number of people applying for one place. That list of the top 15 included 5 to 6 technical degrees. In IT, ICT, there was also robotics, machine building, construction, management, and engineering. Recently, the Educational Ministry has published a ranking of desired majors. The top 15 only include IT. There's construction, which is also falling down to 8th or 9th place. Mechanics and machine building, robotics, and others even further down the list. So the trend is reversing. And it's worth noting, back when we believed that social campaigns aimed to convince young people to study technical subjects are having an effect. Perhaps they did have an effect up to a certain point. But what happened afterwards? my colleagues and I have been trying to draw conclusions. And we've come up with the idea that it's all about math. Math is simply too challenging for young people, and it's not a subject you can cheat on. You can lie to your mother, father, biology teacher, but you can't lie to a mathematician. You can't lie on a math test. So I think we need to put more effort towards supporting technical university subjects. One thing, what you've said is extremely alarming, looking at all the trends, market trends, but also technical development scenarios. I think we are going to have more IT, more automation, more technology in the future. Psychological professions will also remain popular, as will priesthood, but IT specialists may not be needed 15 years down the road. AI will write its own algorithms, but somebody will be needed to control, to keep AI in check. Oh, I've seen so many sci-fi films. But I heard a year ago in Amsterdam, AI designed and 3D printed a footbridge, which works. So what you're saying is quite concerning about math. Math is difficult, but also underappreciated. It is a problem for kids, but there's also a social problem in terms of perceiving girls as incapable of pursuing technical professions, as not being good at math, as not being gifted with a natural aptitude for natural sciences and for the technical sciences. And perhaps this is another area where we could work to encourage girls to give them mathematical competence. There's no difference up to the age of 6 in terms of math skills between boys and girls. Something happens after the age of 6. It may be social stereotypes where girls are told, you're no good at math, you should be a cook. So maybe this area has potential. Let me go back to the rector for a moment. Question regarding vocational school graduates. Are they moving on to university? Can they apply? Well, it's hard to say for the moment because we've just launched a reform of vocational schools. We have some embryonic growth in this area in terms of establishing vocational schools. But yes, definitely they can apply to universities, especially technical universities. Often they are the future's best bosses, those who have been down on the factory floor, those who have had their own construction company. They know what it looks like on the ground from the bottom up. So theoretically, there are technical opportunities, but how this will work out in practice, time will tell. There are concerns, I know. There is a problem with continuity between vocational level 1 and level 2 vocational schools, and we'll see how this evolves. Going back to what Magdalena said, moving beyond stereotypes. So entering the area beyond the implementation of what is educational law says, for example, about core curriculums. It's Erasmus Plus is a typical milieu that is close to education but shows another path and another kind of approach. So I will have a question for Michał. 2 questions. The first issue is analyses and research. I know that you've done analyses of competences and skills. So what kind of skills are expected on the labor market today? What do employers expect from schools? Professor Romaniuk said a few words about this. Question 2, what impact on life choices does the Erasmus Plus program have when we are talking about choosing the right educational path in lifelong learning?
So, speaking about the project's impact, foreign projects' impacts, not only Erasmus, but also the projects that are realized outside national context, Collaboration with others, exchange of information between the countries, so we learn from different countries. We check individual and institutional impact. This time impact on school, vocational school. So does it give to school? We've tested it with the representatives of school and responsible bodies and the teachers. It gives school prestige. It enhances the image of the school in a local educational market. If a school has got a better image, better prestige, there is a greater chance that better students will be more than willing to do that. We help them to make choices, what kind of school they are going to choose. The general education high school everybody goes to, or a technical school or a vocational school because it offers something more. Like, for example, it offers foreign apprenticeship. So this is what we learn from all kinds of studies. These kind of projects at schools, first and foremost, helps to make choices with regards kinds of schools that we want to go to. And this seems to aid in this respect. I didn't have this choice. I'm a victim of lack of professional counseling, and I learned about vocational school 13 years ago when I started working with FRSC, when I started working with teachers' mobility projects and then pupils' mobility projects. Hardly did I know that it would give so much possibilities. I'm graduated from humanities department, lack of professional decisions, lack and support of any kind. When I graduated primary school and the high school, hardly did I have any counseling. I might look young, but I'm not that old, that young. I have a dream job. I do social and education research. But in order to do that, I had to graduate from 3 different departments, postgraduate studies, lots of professional trainings, and many things were not needed for the job that I'm doing. Somebody had helped me in selection earlier. I would have done much earlier. I wouldn't have wasted a period of time. Anything that we learn is an asset, but it's nice to learn something that is useful, something that we want to do. It's best to learn up front what we want to do. We don't have to be concrete. Pupils do not have to be concrete when they want to speak about what the job they want to do. But it's enough to say what they are good at, and this is the foreign apprenticeship that offers this kind of opportunity. In 2020, we had an international research. We started with Polish data, and we sold our methodology to 10 European countries, different ones: Latvia, Czechia, Slovakia, Macedonia, Luxembourg, United Kingdom, Ireland, and Belgium, Eastern Europe countries, Central Eastern Europe countries, and we tested the fate of vocational schools pupils who had any experiences associated with foreign mobility that are realized in the Erasmus program. What we learned was the fact that although it was a short episode in the life of a person, if the young person does not remember what they were learning at the school as far as their professional skills are concerned, but still, this is the life-changing moment when it comes to attitude. It's an eye-opener. It gives a more international context, showing vocational training in other countries. It gives the possibility how to work in a prestigious company, which confirms your decision. This is the way to go. This is what I want to do. So you ask how the percentage of vocational schools graduates going to universities. I cannot answer this question, but I can tell you what it is about the data. Mobility experience, 24% went to universities. So we wanted to know how much it is associated with the line of studies at school. 80+%, it was the same area. If it was ICT school, they went to ICT department. If it was catering technical school, they opted this. It was theater studies or tourism. if it was forestry technical school, they follow the same path. The early investment into a young person, so sending them out to foreign countries, may reconfirm that decision and secure them staying in the job, because we invest lots of resources to train the person in a particular profession, and the person disappears. What is also interesting, what we learned from our studies, is the comparison from gender education high schools and vocational schools. These are two kinds of personalities. In professional vocational trainings, it is that people who are more aware of the fact that they are going to the labor market. General education high school is a declaration, I don't know what I'm going to do, and I'm proud. I'm happy that I cannot say I'm not sure. We graduate from humanities and we don't know what to do. We learn in comparison and how happy you are. Rhetorical question without any answer. My own experience tells me that it's difficult to return to the learning path in your adult life to have a dream job. And the third context, individual and institutional, systemic concept. It's difficult to say how much the mobilities impact the labor market, and we're starting the international research, and we might be meeting next year and we'll be able to share the first results when the school goes outside the standard. Vocational training entering the area of international projects might be of help in education training. And I was going to say about employers' competences. They correlate with what young people learn during mobility. They expect soft competences and cross-sectional competences. We did this kind of research on a representative sample of companies together with Crown Foundation. It was operated by Canton Millward Brown. At the end of COVID, there was the quality component, and we showed the collaboration with the vocational training units. And speaking about the competences, you can learn professional skills on the job during the internship, but the attitude is a different question. This is what should be dealing with, because we should be making them equipped with soft and cross-sectional competences. Thank you very much for this great amount of information related to the Foundation's experience and personal remarks to the system. It really happens that a speaker was a victim of the system. Michał, you're not alone. I fell victim to the system too, because mechanics and machine construction at Poznań University of Technology, and there are two lines of studies. I wanted to have this vehicle-related ones, and I landed in management and construction machine department with no cars in. So this professional counseling is very important. The Ministry of Science and Education for a number of years has intensely worked on systemic changes, wanted to implement them to make people more aware, as well as school directors, school masters and entrepreneurs with regards to possibilities. The latest changes have produced a lot. So the question to Beata, have you implemented them? What were the recent changes as far as the flexibility is concerned? How much they have been implemented? Do schoolmasters equipped with the knowledge? Do they use this knowledge? Do entrepreneurs use it? They say the system is not aligned, and you come up onto the stage during the conference and say you've got this and this and that, but you are not using it. There are lots of systemic solutions, and they promote vocational training, sectoral training. but dissemination of the knowledge amongst the employers and schoolmasters and responsible bodies is very important so that we can make the most of the system. And discussions like today's may show the existence of knowledge. KGHM is an excellent example because they use all the systemic solutions. With regards to the initiation of legislation process, so introduction of the changes in classification of vocational professions, some of them, by the initiative of KGHM, were introduced into the classification that dates back to 2019, that is the binding one, mining ones associated with what is excavated apart from hard coal and brown coal, and technician in this respect. Yeah, right. This is the authorization for the organizations of employers and sectoral councils on competences and other bodies that associate employers to file in their postulates for competent ministers for particular professions in order to expand or change the catalogue of professions the schools do the teaching in. Because there might be changes from the point of view introduction of new professions. So I was wrong with when quoting the number of the professions that we have. We have 229, and there is the sixth amendment in the process, which will introduce 9 more. One will replace the other that proved too obsolete, and now it is removed from the list, and the new one is being introduced. It is associated with the fact, with what Madam Professor was speaking about. The market is very dynamic and unpredictable. So we cannot make these procedures too rigid a system. Stick to it. We need to collaborate with employers and employers' organizations who may initiate a lot of changes at the level of the school. What is very important is to have the knowledge transfer to directors, to the whole ecosystem of professional training. This is up to school masters, what kind of professions the school teaches in. And on top of that, with the responsible body, having established the collaboration with employers, establishment of the collaboration is a prerequisite. After being given the opinion of the Voivodeship Employment Council, there is a whole group of employers included in opening a specific line of education in a specific profession. Once it is already there, there are many other areas that employers might be included in direct collaboration with schools. For example, development of curricula. A curriculum is much more than the core curriculum. There are many notions that exceed the core, additional professional skills that are already in the attachment 33 to the bylaws, and market qualification preparation in ZSK. And there are financial incentives for schools to establish collaboration, to sign a contract with a certification body for one-off preparation to get qualifications. These are incentives from the system. Collaboration may pertain to management, organization, professional examination, teachers training, counseling, what was discussed by Madam Professor. Collaboration in the scope of professional training, practical training on the job, and the novelty that was introduced, pupils' internships, which may produce very interesting results, benefits for technical schools pupils, not for juveniles only. And speaking about other aspects that were introduced, they become operational. These are new mechanisms that may demonstrate alignment of the lines of studies to the dynamically changing labor market. This is the demand forecast targeted at vocational training sector. This is announced every year by the Ministry of Science and Education based on the national statistics data. Having been advised by the sectoral competence councils and the program board for competences. So this collaboration with employers is clearly articulated here when describing the forecast of jobs, and this gives you tools for schools to shape this offer of vocational training and financial incentives, because there are greater subsidies for pupils who learn in the professions that are taken from the national list, the future professions. This 1,250 zloty subsidies for the whole duration of training, and incentives for employers who enjoy greater subsidy from 8 to 10,000 zlotys for professional training of pupils. Career monitoring of graduates, it's a new thing that has just been implemented. The Educational Research Institute has presented the latest report, the first report on what happens with secondary school graduates, public and private. This is a tool for the minister when it comes to the educational policy shaping, both nationally and regionally and locally. And on top of that, this is a tip, a guiding post with regards professional education, a tip for counselors and school responsible bodies. What can I add when speaking about the debate, these stereotypes and reality? I want to highlight the fact that systemic changes and vocational training reform has introduced the changes in the vocabulary. We don't have zawodowe vocational schools, but we have technical schools, general education, secondary schools, and schools that are responsible for vocational training that are called branżowe. So these names should increase the perception. Statistics are good. More and more pupils are into vocational training. So vocational training rather than schools. This is broadly defined training rather than schools only. There has been an increase compared to the general training with 58% plus. And we hope to see the increase here because technical lines of education are very important also at the higher education level. And I'm very happy to see so many pupils choosing this line of study. This makes us happy. It's good that they choose this line of studies and they follow this education path. These mechanisms work. I cannot forget mentioning about a very important flagship project of the Ministry of Education, Science Education, the ones that bring together stakeholders, schools, responsible units, employers, higher education, research and development institutes, innovativeness institutes, in order to increase attractiveness, to align professional training to the dynamically changing labor market and preparing staff to enter the labor market.
Yes, Beata, we know that this is a big project when it comes to these vocational skills centers. It's over 30 billion zlotys that will go towards the infrastructure, which is quite an advantage. Are these changes implementable? You said they are, that they are going ahead, that KGHM is doing a great job. KGHM, though, is the cherry on the cake because you have the appropriate structures. I myself manage a smaller, much smaller company on a daily basis. So where should we look to for information aside from those legislative changes? Do you have any projects? I've heard that a platform has been created. I quite understand, as a former schoolmaster and today a head of a company, for a company manager to learn about all the legislation. Where should we get that information from? Just a very short question. We are nearing the end of the debate, and if there are any questions from the room, we will also take them. Yes, certainly there are information campaigns being run by the Center for Educational Development and other agencies. The center runs a whole series of trainings for school counselors, for school principals, and so all legislative changes as well as the systemic solutions being developed now are being disseminated via by the center, the FRSE, but also the ministry runs all sorts of projects. For instance, with the ZSK system, we are currently holding a whole range of industry meetings, which also allow us to meet with the heads of industry associations to learn about the need for what jobs are needed, what skills and qualifications are needed, see how we might introduce that into legislation. And also by working with employer organizations and associations, we are able to inform them about what is happening in the education system. So there is communication at various levels. And the platform, the online platform, Info Zawodowe, that's a new project which has started already. It's linked to the industry skills centers. Schools and employer associations, professional associations, it has been proposed for that platform to be used to establish connections and cooperation. Some options still are not active, but we are at an advanced stage. Content is being added, and it's a website that is mostly of service to career counselors and those trying to learn about careers, because it describes various professions and pre-orientation in the labor market. There's also information about vocational training, a trade education compass, links to other websites, and two important options where employers and schools will be able to place their job offers and get in touch, run ads for certain jobs or say what sort of students they need, and schools will also be able to direct their graduates to employers. So as the automotive, Polish Automotive Industry Association, we are very happy that there will be one place where we will have all the knowledge on one site. So we're very happy that this is coming into being, and we are open to support it. Does anybody from the audience have a question to our panelists? We still have 5 minutes. Are there any questions? If not, I'll give you a minute or half a minute. I won't add any additional questions, but I'd like you to become the pharmacists of the Polish education system and the Polish economy, and tell us what sort of pill would be most helpful today so that we can solve our problems, if there's enough time, of course. So if you could be brief and tell us what the most important measures could be. We've identified lots of problems. Some model solutions have been implemented for better or worse. There is some knowledge about the system on the executive level. But do you have the recipe for a pill that would treat all ills? Well, if we had the recipe, that would be fantastic. But let me start by saying that the ministry is doing a lot of work. There's a lot of work to do. We, school principals, don't always know what the ministry is doing, and ORE is the place where we can find it. It would be great if we could also get that kind of information to our school email addresses, notifying us about changes and giving links. Sometimes we're not aware of changes. Sometimes we only learn about them after the fact. We are also short of theoretical and practical teaching staff. I think we all have that problem. There's a shortage of staff because of the earnings, and teachers could definitely earn more. This is possible under the current law, but if somebody approaches me, a construction specialist, and they want to teach, they see the salary, they say, well, sorry, but no, I've changed my mind. So finding somebody with passion who'd like to work in a school for that kind of money, that's a huge challenge. So here I have a request for the ministry to really look at this problem from a different side, especially as concerns vocational training. Am I going on too long? Setting up any major in a school is determined by the availability of teaching staff. As for the pill, BCU is supposed to be that pill. My only question is, will the deadline be moved? The deadline for applications, because December 15th, that's very little time. So we have 2 pills, one pill about teachers raising their salaries, and another pill, let's notify school principals via email about the changes. Well, I don't think I can say everything in a minute, but I was trying to come up with the most important factor that might be decisive, that might make vocational schools attractive, because KGHM is a big organization. We have a lot of leverage, and the fact that we are working, we have these projects. It's not just because we are a big player, but because we want to. We have the will. We see it as valuable. We want to build our business strategy via these projects, and we want to gain a competitive advantage by creating competent labor force to function in this increasingly VUCA world. And like the Americans say, it's all about mindset. It's our mindset. So looking at the map of Poland, we can find schools that are not doing so well, but we can find schools which are doing just great, and they are all part of the same system. What differentiates them is their mindset, their energy, their willingness to look for solutions. There are quite a lot of opportunities, the energy to look for partners, to lobby, to approach employers, to get in there. and show them it's worth working together, not just in terms of financing and money, although we do realize that technical education is much more costly than running a high school. But often we need to consciously build a map of allies, of friends, of organizations that are helpful, of people who can give money or time to do fun and good things together. And the starting point is to open young people's minds because they've come out damaged and hurt. So in our industry, we are thinking of this project as a project that delivers skills or things that support working on the mindset, working on the basics, working on perspective, working on open-mindedness. I don't know if I understood the pill quite well. It's about company culture.
And also pertains to company management in the context of future development. If I were to speak about prescription, relations development, and the system that supports vocational training, it goes to Ministry of Development, not the Ministry of Education, to transfer it to business platform, because they take care of the development of Polish business. This is not the system making results. We can create great incentive systems and wonderful tools, but if people don't want to use it, there'll be no result. We want change the people if we don't prepare them. You need to change their mindset. And speaking about prescriptions, after we run out of time, I look at your I'm looking at what you've said, and I'd say KGHM never be powiat. But on a serious note, we need to look at young people and their attitudes so that they are no longer indifferent. They create more rather than consume. Thank you very much, Professor, for this prescription. It is so efficient. I think it's good that much is happening at the systemic system for making this vocational system development. It's good that we've changed the vocabulary and there are new initiatives taken up by the ministry. Much can be done in a grassroots movement to make the school more attractive for pupils. And by the very facts that I speak in on behalf of VRSA, I encourage you for mobility and international projects. If not mobility, other collaboration, if international collaboration with employers, whatever we do to make school more attractive, to make it attractive to parents so that pupils are not the results of misinterpretation of parents. So whatever we do, it will be better than it used to be. Openness of your heads is the prescription that we'd like to have. Yes, I can subscribe to what you said. I'll take these suggestions into consideration. The suggestions that you said, collaboration of all environments, schools and employers and parents. This is the success of the ministries, and this is the success of the educational system and professional training. And I think this is the collaboration that I want to encourage you for. The time's up, so we'll have to postpone questions. There are questions from the auditorium. We'll have to switch to the break. Thank you very much, panelists. A round of applause for you. Ladies and gentlemen, we coped with pandemics. We created different vaccines. I don't want to go to the sphere of medicine, far from education. So the prescriptions are there. So we need to have motivation. We need to discuss implementation, and we'll have KGHM in every Polish powiat. Thank you very much.
Erasmus+, Europejski Korpus Solidarności. Nowe perspektywy, szersze horyzonty. Środowisko i walka ze zmianą klimatu. Włączanie i różnorodność. Transformacja cyfrowa. Uczestnictwo w życiu demokratycznym. Nowa perspektywa finansowa 21-27.
Szukając pracy po studiach, bez doświadczenia, możesz czuć się zagubiony. Nie wiesz, od czego zacząć. Nic straconego. Poznaj Europass, miejsce, w którym zaprezentujesz swoje umiejętności, kwalifikacje i dotychczasowe doświadczenie zawodowe. Dzięki Europass stworzysz profesjonalny profil, a Twoje CV wyróżni się na tle innych ofert. Od czego zacząć? Od CV. Jest kilka template'ów do wyboru. W Europass możesz pochwalić się swoimi zaletami na wiele sposobów. CV ma rozbudowaną sekcję poświęconą znajomości języków obcych. O finalnym wyglądzie i treści decydujesz Ty. Wszystkie dokumenty przechowujesz w zakładce Moja biblioteka. Europass jest połączony z największą europejską wyszukiwarką ofert pracy, kursów i wolontariatu EURES. Profil Europass stanie się Twoją cyfrową wizytówką. Za pomocą jednego kliknięcia możesz ją udostępnić pracodawcy lub zainteresowanym osobom. Europass jest rozpoznawalny w całej Europie. Jest bezpieczny i darmowy. Funkcjonuje w takiej samej formie w 29 językach. Zrób kolejny krok i dołącz do Europass już teraz.
Jeśli jesteś praktykiem poradnictwa zawodowego, doskonale wiesz, jak dziś ważny jest rozwój zawodowy. Abyś mógł wspierać innych, potrzebujesz przejrzystych informacji na temat dostępnych form edukacji zawodowej, trendów i zapotrzebowań na kompetencje na rynku pracy, a także skutecznych narzędzi i praktyk pracy z klientem. Jednym słowem, potrzebujesz aktualnej wiedzy i rozwoju kompetencji, i to na skalę międzynarodową. Czy istnieje jedno miejsce, które wspierałoby taką wizję rozwoju? Tak, Euroguidance. To europejska sieć zrzeszająca doradców, trenerów i coachów kariery w krajach europejskich. Dzięki Euroguidance możesz czerpać wiedzę na temat zapotrzebowania na kompetencje i zawody na europejskim rynku pracy. Skorzystasz z europejskich inicjatyw, programów i narzędzi w dziedzinie mobilności dla celów edukacyjnych i zawodowych w Europie. Poszerzysz swoje horyzonty poprzez wymianę doświadczeń z praktykami poradnictwa zawodowego w Europie. Odwiedź stronę Euroguidance.eu. Zadbaj o swój rozwój zawodowy z Euroguidance.
Fundacja Rozwoju Systemu Edukacji i World Skills Poland zapraszają na ogólnopolski konkurs zawodów branżowych. Skills Poland Gdańsk 2022. 3 dni zmagań, 200 zawodników, 12 000 m2 strefy konkursowej, polscy i zagraniczni sędziowie. Zapraszamy już dziś. Ponad 20 konkurencji. Skills Poland Gdańsk 2022. Zwycięzcy wezmą udział w międzynarodowym konkursie Euroskills Gdańsk 2023 oraz otrzymają roczny cykl dedykowanych szkoleń z najlepszymi ekspertami branży. Skills are the future. World Skills Poland powstał z myślą o lepszej przyszłości młodych ludzi. Wszystko zaczęło się w Fundacji Rozwoju Systemu Edukacji, gdzie grupa pasjonatów podjęła działania, aby przystąpić do unikatowego projektu na globalną skalę. W World Skills Poland promujemy umiejętności zawodowe poprzez udział zawodników w międzynarodowych konkursach Euroskills i World Skills. To największe zawody branżowe w Europie i na świecie. Rok Program ten poszukuje młodych ludzi i stwarza dla nich niepowtarzalne warunki rozwoju osobistego oraz zawodowego poprzez indywidualny cykl szkoleń z największymi ekspertami w kraju i na świecie. Współpracujące z nami firmy już teraz wiedzą, że jest to nie tylko najlepszy sposób na pozyskanie przyszłych liderów rynku, a zupełnie nowy poziom budowania relacji pracodawca-pracownik. World Skills Poland .
Szukając pracy po studiach, bez doświadczenia, możesz czuć się zagubiony. Nie wiesz, od czego zacząć. Nic straconego. Poznaj Europass, miejsce, w którym zaprezentujesz swoje umiejętności, kwalifikacje i dotychczasowe doświadczenie zawodowe. Dzięki Europass stworzysz profesjonalny profil, a twoje CV wyróżni się na tle innych ofert. Od czego zacząć? Od CV. Jest kilka template'ów do wyboru. W Europass możesz pochwalić się swoimi zaletami na wiele sposobów. CV ma rozbudowaną sekcję poświęconą znajomości języków obcych. O finalnym wyglądzie i treści decydujesz ty. Wszystkie dokumenty przechowujesz w zakładce Moja biblioteka. Europass jest połączony z największą europejską wyszukiwarką ofert pracy, kursów i wolontariatu EURES. Profil Europass stanie się twoją cyfrową wizytówką. Za pomocą jednego kliknięcia możesz ją udostępnić pracodawcy lub zainteresowanym osobom. Europass jest rozpoznawalny w całej Europie. Jest bezpieczny i darmowy. Funkcjonuje w takiej samej formie w 29 językach. Zrób kolejny krok i dołącz do Europass już teraz.
Time to begin the adventure of our lives. First time in Poland, Euroskills 2023, Gdańsk. World Skills Poland will organize the European Championship in Professional Skills. The first milestones are behind us. Euroskills 2023, Gdańsk. United by skills, we are eager to embark on this challenge. World Skills Poland.
Jeśli jesteś praktykiem poradnictwa zawodowego, doskonale wiesz, jak dziś ważny jest rozwój zawodowy. Abyś mógł wspierać innych, potrzebujesz przejrzystych informacji na temat dostępnych form edukacji zawodowej, trendów i zapotrzebowań na kompetencje na rynku pracy, a także skutecznych narzędzi i praktyk pracy z klientem. Jednym słowem, potrzebujesz aktualnej wiedzy i rozwoju kompetencji, i to na skalę międzynarodową. Czy istnieje jedno miejsce, które wspierałoby taką wizję rozwoju? Tak, Euroguidance. To europejska sieć zrzeszająca doradców, trenerów i coachów kariery w krajach europejskich. Dzięki Euroguidance możesz czerpać wiedzę na temat zapotrzebowania na kompetencje i zawody na europejskim rynku pracy. Skorzystasz z europejskich inicjatyw, programów i narzędzi w dziedzinie mobilności dla celów edukacyjnych i zawodowych w Europie. Poszerzysz swoje horyzonty poprzez wymianę doświadczeń z praktykami poradnictwa zawodowego w Europie. Odwiedź stronę Euroguidance.eu. Zadbaj o swój rozwój zawodowy z Euroguidance.
zacząć. Nic straconego. Poznaj Europass, miejsce, w którym zaprezentujesz swoje umiejętności, kwalifikacje i dotychczasowe doświadczenia.
Erasmus+, Europejski Korpus Solidarności. Nowe perspektywy, szersze horyzonty. Środowisko i walka ze zmianą klimatu. Włączanie i różnorodność. Transformacja cyfrowa. Uczestnictwo w życiu demokratycznym. Nowa perspektywa finansowa 21-27.
Szukając pracy po studiach, bez doświadczenia, możesz czuć się zagubiony. Nie wiesz, od czego zacząć. Nic straconego. Poznaj Europass, miejsce, w którym zaprezentujesz swoje umiejętności, kwalifikacje i dotychczasowe doświadczenie zawodowe. Dzięki Europass stworzysz profesjonalny profil, a Twoje CV wyróżni się na tle innych ofert. Od czego zacząć? Od CV. Jest kilka template'ów do wyboru. W Europass możesz pochwalić się swoimi zaletami na wiele sposobów. CV ma rozbudowaną sekcję poświęconą znajomości języków obcych. O finalnym wyglądzie i treści decydujesz Ty. Wszystkie dokumenty przechowujesz w zakładce Moja biblioteka. Europass jest połączony z największą europejską wyszukiwarką ofert pracy, kursów i wolontariatu EURES. Profil Europass stanie się Twoją cyfrową wizytówką. Za pomocą jednego kliknięcia możesz ją udostępnić pracodawcy lub zainteresowanym osobom. Europass jest rozpoznawalny w całej Europie. Jest bezpieczny i darmowy. Funkcjonuje w takiej samej formie w 29 językach. Zrób kolejny krok i dołącz do Europass już teraz.
Jeśli jesteś praktykiem poradnictwa zawodowego, doskonale wiesz, jak dziś ważny jest rozwój zawodowy. Abyś mógł wspierać innych, potrzebujesz przejrzystych informacji na temat dostępnych form edukacji zawodowej, trendów i zapotrzebowań na kompetencje na rynku pracy, a także skutecznych narzędzi i praktyk pracy z klientem. Jednym słowem, potrzebujesz aktualnej wiedzy i rozwoju kompetencji, i to na skalę międzynarodową. Czy istnieje jedno miejsce, które wspierałoby taką wizję rozwoju? Tak, Euroguidance. To europejska sieć zrzeszająca doradców, trenerów i coachów kariery w krajach europejskich. Dzięki Euroguidance możesz czerpać wiedzę na temat zapotrzebowania na kompetencje i zawody na europejskim rynku pracy. Skorzystasz z europejskich inicjatyw, programów i narzędzi w dziedzinie mobilności dla celów edukacyjnych i zawodowych w Europie. Poszerzysz swoje horyzonty poprzez wymianę doświadczeń z praktykami poradnictwa zawodowego w Europie. Odwiedź stronę Euroguidance.eu. Zadbaj o swój rozwój zawodowy z Euroguidance.
Fundacja Rozwoju Systemu Edukacji i World Skills Poland zapraszają na ogólnopolski konkurs zawodów branżowych. Skills Poland Gdańsk 2022. 3 dni zmagań, 200 zawodników, 12 000 m2 strefy konkursowej, polscy i zagraniczni sędziowie. Zapraszamy już dziś. Ponad 20 konkurencji. Skills Poland Gdańsk 2022. Zwycięzcy wezmą udział w międzynarodowym konkursie Euroskills Gdańsk 2023 oraz otrzymają roczny cykl dedykowanych szkoleń z najlepszymi ekspertami branży. Skills are the future. World Skills Poland powstał z myślą o lepszej przyszłości młodych ludzi. Wszystko zaczęło się w Fundacji Rozwoju Systemu Edukacji, gdzie grupa pasjonatów podjęła działania, aby przystąpić do unikatowego projektu na globalną skalę. W World Skills Poland promujemy umiejętności zawodowe poprzez udział zawodników w międzynarodowych konkursach Euroskills i World Skills. To największe zawody branżowe w Europie i na świecie. Program ten poszukuje młodych ludzi i stwarza dla nich niepowtarzalne warunki rozwoju osobistego oraz zawodowego poprzez indywidualny cykl szkoleń z największymi ekspertami w kraju i na świecie. Współpracujące z nami firmy już teraz wiedzą, że jest to nie tylko najlepszy sposób na pozyskanie przyszłych liderów rynku, a zupełnie nowy poziom budowania relacji pracodawca-pracownik. WorldSkills Poland .
Szukając pracy po studiach, bez doświadczenia, możesz czuć się zagubiony. Nie wiesz, od czego zacząć. Nic straconego. Poznaj Europass, miejsce, w którym zaprezentujesz swoje umiejętności, kwalifikacje i dotychczasowe doświadczenie zawodowe. Dzięki Europass stworzysz profesjonalny profil, a twoje CV wyróżni się na tle innych ofert. Od czego zacząć? Od CV. Jest kilka template'ów do wyboru. W Europass możesz pochwalić się swoimi zaletami na wiele sposobów. CV ma rozbudowaną sekcję poświęconą znajomości języków obcych. O finalnym wyglądzie i treści decydujesz ty. Wszystkie dokumenty przechowujesz w zakładce Moja biblioteka. Europass jest połączony z największą europejską wyszukiwarką ofert pracy, kursów i wolontariatu EURES. Profil Europass stanie się twoją cyfrową wizytówką. Za pomocą jednego kliknięcia możesz ją udostępnić pracodawcy lub zainteresowanym osobom. Europass jest rozpoznawalny w całej Europie. Jest bezpieczny i darmowy. Funkcjonuje w takiej samej formie w 29 językach. Zrób kolejny krok i dołącz do Europass już teraz.
Time to begin the adventure of our lives. First time in Poland, Euroskills 2023, Gdańsk. WorldSkills Poland will organize the European Championship in Professional Skills. The first milestones are behind us. Euroskills 2023, Gdańsk. United by skills, we are eager to embark on this challenge. WorldSkills Poland.
Jeśli jesteś praktykiem poradnictwa zawodowego, doskonale wiesz, jak dziś ważny jest rozwój zawodowy. Abyś mógł wspierać innych, potrzebujesz przejrzystych informacji na temat dostępnych form edukacji zawodowej, trendów i zapotrzebowań na kompetencje na rynku pracy, a także skutecznych narzędzi i praktyk pracy z klientem. Jednym słowem, potrzebujesz aktualnej wiedzy i rozwoju kompetencji, i to na skalę międzynarodową. Czy istnieje jedno miejsce, które wspierałoby taką wizję rozwoju? Tak, Euroguidance. To europejska sieć zrzeszająca doradców, trenerów i coachów kariery w krajach europejskich. Dzięki Euroguidance możesz czerpać wiedzę na temat zapotrzebowania na kompetencje i zawody na europejskim rynku pracy. Skorzystasz z europejskich inicjatyw, programów i narzędzi w dziedzinie mobilności dla celów edukacyjnych i zawodowych w Europie. Poszerzysz swoje horyzonty poprzez wymianę doświadczeń z praktykami poradnictwa zawodowego w Europie. Odwiedź stronę Euroguidance.eu. Zadbaj o swój rozwój zawodowy z Euroguidance.
Ladies and gentlemen, and this is the workshop part of our forum. Online viewers, have a look at your agenda, www.forumedukacjizawodowej.pl. There are links that lead you to particular workshop sessions. Click the link you're interested in, and we are going to start with Europass session. Victoria Heźniak from the National Europass and Euroguidance Center will be speaking about services and tools of Europass in professional advisory. Room F. You'll have the chance to take part in the coaching as the method for motivation and engagement in the career planning session, and it features Sylwia Korycka-Fortuna from the National Center Europass and Euroguidance. Victoria, the floor is yours here. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Victoria Heźniak. I work in Europass Euroguidance, and we are going to speak about Europass, what kind of services it offers. Europass is much more than CV and cover letter, as you can hear most often. Europass has got lots of different possibilities on offer, and these are discussed today. Europass. What is that? This is a digital service for effective capabilities, storage and presentation. You can have your profile, CV, cover letter, and we are going to speak about additional possibilities that were put on there after 2020. Europass. Once you log in and create your profile, you'll see Europass in its updated version, pursuant to the decision of 2018. Our center, we organize conferences, trainings of all kinds, meetings. We attend expos for students. We also visit different higher education institutions in Poland. Europass capabilities and services. There is a profile. You can log in to create your CV and cover letter. You can single out your skills, and you can get job offers. You can also have applications portfolio to watch. This is to be discussed later on. Europass mobility, higher education diplomas, additional documents, and digital confirmations. The recently added service that in English is called European Digital Credentials. Where can you find us? www.europass.eu. This is a European website. You can also hit our Polish website that contains all Europass capabilities we offer. You can find Europass mobility preparation, how to prepare it, instructions in Europass mobility. I'll tell you what that is, how to prepare it, who is this targeted at. Europass professional profile. You can get online and create CV and cover letter without logging in, but you are not using full Europass capabilities. And we don't use everything that is on offer in our service. The best way is to create your profile and have one-stop shop for whatever you have to present. How to present what you have in your profile. You create your profile, you upload your documents, you pin in trainings, capabilities, skills. This translates into CV and cover letter. You can have a library of documents that will be presented in consecutive slides. You have one link and you share the documents with your employer. This is efficient presentation of our professional skills. Our platform is connected to European job offer EURES. If we look for employment, we can share our profile in the system. It will analyze all skills that are included in our profile, and it will suggest job offers, training offers, study offers. Let's see what Europass is. Looking for a job after university without experience, you might feel at loss. You don't know what to start with. Don't feel at a loss. This is Europass, the place to present your skills, capabilities and experience you have amassed until now. Europass makes it possible to create a professional profile, and your CV will stand out of the crowd of other CVs. Where to start with? CV is to start with. There is a number of templates to choose from. You can boast your assets in different ways. There is an extensive foreign language command section. The final shape and the content, well, it's up to you. All documents are stored in Europass library. Europass is connected with Europe's largest browser of job opportunities, as well as browser for voluntary and trainings. Europass will become your digital business card. One click away to share it with your employers or interested parties. Europass is recognized all over Europe. Free and safe, and it's in the same form in 29 languages. Take another step and join Europass out now. Speaking to Europass language versions, the latest language version has been added. It's available in Ukrainian. If you work with people who come from Ukraine, you can make use from Europass. It is available for other language versions. So when you create your profile, you can choose many language versions: Polish, German, English, and share the profile with employers if you look for employment in Poland and other countries. This is the profile to create. This is an example of a CV. There are templates to choose from. You can change the colors and fonts, and what's most important, you can add GDPR consent. It appears instantaneously. It can be copied. So you have this GDPR consent in your cover letter or at the footer of your CV. Each CV can be aligned with the offer. So if you fill out your profile, you can choose the data that you want to share with your employer. So there is no need to indicate sex or nationality. You indicate whatever you want to present to a prospective employer. It's a fully secured platform. It was created by the European Commission. Only recently have they introduced two-stage login process into the platform. So your mobile device to your account, so that people would not be calling you at night, or we would like to avoid a situation of data theft. This is why we have two-stage login process, easy to use. So you have to download the software onto your mobile phone. This is EU login. If anything is unclear or anything's wrong, you can call us. The telephone's on the website, and you can use European Commission's help. There is this kind of option. Returning to our CV. 4 templates, easy to use, creator. You can add and show whatever you wish in your CV. CV that presents us and our experience. Speaking about job opportunities browser, the platform is connected to all the European EURES job offer platform, so you can be offered suggestions that are in line with your interest. You can publish your CV in EURES browser, and you can publish your profile in order to be offered jobs. I'm going to show you what it is like, because when I'm speaking about it, you may not feel certain, it may not be 100% clear, but when you have a look at this, I'm sure you'll make use of the browser. Let's carry on. As I told you, Europass boasts an extensive offer. Not only Poland, but also all corners of Europe is where you can prosper for your offers. They can be aligned to your interest according to what we pin into our profile. The system is pretty intuitive. So if you inform the system what we want, the system is pretty responsive. Job offers. Let me turn towards the screen. Job offers. You enter the system. You pin in your experience. There are separate boxes to browse or to add. This is our profile. If we want to share our profile, and if you want to be emailed job offers, you'll get the ones that are in line with your capabilities and skills. And this includes courses and university training offers. But if you want to browse for something because it's not enough what you get, you can go to the top of the screen and you can look for courses or studies all over Europe. This is the documents library. It's a natural presentation. If you set up your profile, you can upload CVs, diplomas, certificates, confirmations that are created in Europass on the basis of a profile. If you have any other CV, use it. But my suggestion is create a profile because it stays with you. It doesn't matter whether you're looking for a job now or in a year's time or 2 years' time. It's one-stop shop for your diplomas. So you can supplement it or complement it on an ongoing basis. You can have other documents you can boast about. If you're a graphic designer and if you want to attach portfolio examples, you can add a new box and send it over with other documents to your future employer. Speaking about capabilities, the more we give to the system, the more the system helps us. You can choose from what the system suggests. It's really helpful. If in our profile we pin in the data or we don't know what to put, there are examples of how to do that. There's a language box and language command level box. So the system shows you each level. You can choose any level you are in and align with yourself.
Wszystko wpisać,
You can enter it all in and do a search, and then the system sends us job offers, course and university offers based on our preferences. A new option that was recently added by the European Commission is the option of testing your digital skills. You can test yourself, and here we have a link to the test. You can certainly find it on our website, on your website or your profile. When you're filling out your profile, you can check for the digital skills test. You can save your results in order to present it to your prospective employers later on. Based on the digital skills saved on our profile, of course it's optional, the system will send us offers of courses to improve those skills or to develop them. With regard to Your Interests tab, our interests are the guidelines we put into the system. A lot of people, a lot of students who approach us because we often have a stand at labor or work presentations when we say that we are linked to EURES. They ask us whether we can find them an internship. So this is the tab where you can find internships, apprenticeships. So we might check off that we're not looking for a job. We're looking for a volunteer or intern opportunity in Poland or abroad. We can tailor our profile to what we want. We can select the countries where we are looking for opportunities, or we can enter in other interests. For instance, you're a photographer and you want to work at big events rather than have studio sessions, studio shoots. So you can enter that into the system, and the system will then look for opportunities that meet those criteria. With regard to our applications tab, this is a very helpful option, and I believe that it's wonderful for all those looking for work and applying to a variety of different companies. So here we can consult our applications, which we've already submitted. And I'll show you in a minute how you can create these and submit them, how we share our documents with the prospective employer, how we can tailor our documents to a specific job posting. So what you see on the screen, this is an information for us so that we don't forget where we are applying, to what company. We also enter in the expiry date. So once we create the application, there will be a link that we click in order to send the documents to the employer, and it's we who decide how long the link will be active. So we put in all of the offer data, the employer's data. We also put in the expiry date so that we don't forget to apply. Then we move on to the next step, tailoring our offer. So here we check off profile or CV, we add the cover letter, diplomas, certificates, or any other documents that we want to forward to the employer. We then, here we've selected the profile. I'll later show you what it looks like. We can tailor our CV to a specific offer. That's why we have the documents library, which is where we select all the documents which we've uploaded there, and we simply have to tick off which documents we want to share with the employer. So we can create a great application without adding attachments and so on. You simply have to check off things from the library. So, for instance, we select our professional profile. We then write the cover letter also in a Europass form. We save it all to our documents library. We attach it to our application. We select the diplomas, certificates, and other documents we want to share with the employer, and then we move on. We can have where we have an overview of the whole thing. We can go through exactly what we've uploaded. Then the status says ready to send. And at this point, once we've looked through our application, we will then click on ready to send, and that will generate a link. And we only send the link to the employer. The employer will be able to download everything from our profile, so we need not send any attachments. The employer also has a limited time window to download that application. Once the link expires, nobody has access to our documents anymore. So this is an example of a profile that the employer receives. Of course, usually it's much more elaborate if we attach more documents. You can move from one rubric to the next and download documents along the way. So this is the personal card. Once we've also linked up our more complete profile, that will also be available to the recruiter. So now we're wrapping up Europass and moving on to another service that Europass provides. This is Europass Mobility. Europass Mobility documents are for everybody of every age who wants to take part in educational mobility, and an organization that sends participants abroad may prepare such a document for the participant who is leaving on a mobility scheme. When the employee or the person being sent wants this overview of their skills, this document has been adapted to people of every age. It can be generated for people who have not yet taken part in Europass Mobility. It can be tailored to all educational forms and opportunities, and we provide support in preparing this document. You can find the relevant information on our website at www.europass.org.pl. All the information's there. There's a short video. If you're not clear on something, you can always phone us. You can ask. We provide comprehensive support. So the sending institution prepares the document. Then the project coordinator prepares documents for all participants, putting in all the skills that were acquired during this leave or this stay. They enter in participants, partners. The document goes to the partner for approval. The partner accepts it, signs. Importantly, the document has a QR code. So all you need to do, you don't need to store the document. You can simply send your future employer the QR code, and that will open the electronic version of the document. Moving on. Digital credentials. As I said at the beginning, I'll talk about this new initiative. We would like this to be implemented across all EC countries. The EC wants to streamline these documents so that diploma supplements look the same in every country, and that's what this platform was created for, European Digital Credentials. This is a platform that's more for universities and academies. If the university has a seal and an HTML template, then they can create electronic documents. What kind of documents? There is a streamlined form for all European countries, which reduces administrative burdens, and the person who receives this document receives it electronically, and they don't need to print it, scan it, etc. Everything is in one place, and it's linked to Europass, so they can save the document to their library and then share. Everything is interconnected, interlinked, and you can use all the options. Like I said, it reduces administrative burdens on the university and educational institution. Moving on, where can you find us? So wrapping up this presentation, where can you find us? At www.europass.eu. With regard to the system for preparing Europass mobility documents, the system is called EMAL. It's emal.frsc.org.pl. With regard to diploma supplements, you can find all the information on Europass.org.pl. And I invite you to follow our websites. We are developing the Euroguidance initiative. Presently, this is a new initiative, but it's something that we are trying to provide support on to career counselors. I invite you to our Facebook fan page, Europass Polska. All the recent developments are relayed there. I also invite you to europass.org.pl, where we have all the publications, recordings from workshops and presentations. It's very helpful it may be helpful in your daily work. Of course, we have also prepared scenarios for career counselors and those counselors who are working at schools, scenarios that include links to Europass. They are essentially lesson plans, these scenarios, which you may use to run a class at school. So that's it from me. If there are any questions, feel free to ask. Does anyone have questions? We are our office is at the National Erasmus Plus Agency. You can write us an email, and you can invite us to whatever event you're organizing. We have our office with the national agency, but we're available to deliver workshops, lectures. We can also deliver a workshop on how to use the Europass Mobility, how to prepare a document, a mobility document. We can also run a practical workshop about how to start a Europass profile. You can invite us. It's not that the employer looks through our profile. We make certain parts of the profile available to the system. The system also sends us offers, and we apply if we want, and send a link to the prospective employer. There's no social element on our platform. It's we who decide whom we share our data to. If students already have their Europass mobility certificates, but they log in and they still can't access them, what's the problem? Because I imagine that soon we'll be logging on with our PESO numbers. For instance, I have 5 certificates attached to my account, so I wonder if they're already there, or Europass mobility certificates are prepared by the project coordinator or a designated person in the sending institution, and they make them available to the participant. The participant doesn't get the document automatically in their profile. The document needs to be made available. This is all ahead of us. It will be done, but we need more time. So the participant will receive the electronic document from the coordinator as a PDF or another format, and then you can then scan it or scan the QR code or take a picture of the QR code and link it up to your profile, save it to your profile, and that will also work. The next stage, digital credentials. This is also a stage in development. It will all be interlinked in the future. The EC is working on it. Do you provide paid or free workshops? It's all free. We are a service of the European Commission. All the workshops we do are free of charge. All the platforms that we provide are accessible free of charge. So if you were to invite us to deliver a workshop, we do it all free. Do you work with universities? Yes, of course, and that's something that we want to develop. Right now, I hope that this forum will also help us to develop a network of collaboration with universities and higher education institutions. Well, in that case, are there any other questions? If not, we will be wrapping up. So, thank you very much.
Dziękujemy. Jeśli chodzi o współpracę, to
Thank you. With regard to cooperation, you can approach our speaker and make plans for a meeting or a workshop, for a consultation. We will now take a 10-minute break, and we'll get started on our second workshop. So see you in 10 minutes.
Erasmus+, Europejski Korpus Solidarności. Nowe perspektywy, szersze horyzonty. Środowisko i walka ze zmianą klimatu. Włączanie i różnorodność. Transformacja cyfrowa. Uczestnictwo w życiu demokratycznym. Nowa perspektywa finansowa 21-27.
Szukając pracy po studiach, bez doświadczenia, możesz czuć się zagubiony. Nie wiesz, od czego zacząć. Nic straconego. Poznaj Europass. Miejsce, w którym zaprezentujesz swoje umiejętności, kwalifikacje i dotychczasowe doświadczenie zawodowe. Dzięki Europass stworzysz profesjonalny profil, a twoje CV wyróżni się na tle innych ofert. Od czego zacząć? Od CV. Jest kilka template'ów do wyboru. W Europass możesz pochwalić się swoimi zaletami na wiele sposobów. CV ma rozbudowaną sekcję poświęconą znajomości języków obcych. O finalnym wyglądzie i treści decydujesz ty. Wszystkie dokumenty przechowujesz w zakładce Moja biblioteka. Europass jest połączony z największą europejską wyszukiwarką ofert pracy, kursów i wolontariatu EURES. Profil Europass stanie się twoją cyfrową wizytówką. Za pomocą jednego kliknięcia możesz ją udostępnić pracodawcy lub zainteresowanym osobom. Europass jest rozpoznawalny w całej Europie. Jest bezpieczny i darmowy. Funkcjonuje w takiej samej formie w 29 językach. Zrób kolejny krok i dołącz do Europass już teraz.
Jeśli jesteś praktykiem poradnictwa zawodowego, doskonale wiesz, jak dziś ważny jest rozwój zawodowy. Abyś mógł wspierać innych, potrzebujesz przejrzystych informacji na temat dostępnych form edukacji zawodowej, trendów i zapotrzebowań na kompetencje na rynku pracy, a także skutecznych narzędzi i praktyk pracy z klientem. Jednym słowem, potrzebujesz aktualnej wiedzy i rozwoju kompetencji. I to na skalę międzynarodową. Czy istnieje jedno miejsce, które wspierałoby taką wizję rozwoju? Tak, Euroguidance. To europejska sieć zrzeszająca doradców, trenerów i coachów kariery w krajach europejskich. Dzięki Euroguidance możesz czerpać wiedzę na temat zapotrzebowania na kompetencje i zawody na europejskim rynku pracy. Skorzystasz z europejskich inicjatyw, programów i narzędzi w dziedzinie mobilności dla celów edukacyjnych i zawodowych w Europie. Poszerzysz swoje horyzonty poprzez wymianę doświadczeń z praktykami poradnictwa zawodowego w Europie. Odwiedź stronę Euroguidance.eu. Zadbaj o swój rozwój zawodowy z Euroguidance.
Fundacja Rozwoju Systemu Edukacji i WorldSkills Poland zapraszają na ogólnopolski konkurs zawodów branżowych. Skills Poland Gdańsk 2022. 3 dni zmagań, 200 zawodników, 12 000 m2 strefy konkursowej, polscy i zagraniczni sędziowie. Zapraszamy już dziś. Ponad 20 konkurencji. Skills Poland Gdańsk 2022. Zwycięzcy wezmą udział w międzynarodowym konkursie Euroskills Gdańsk 2023 oraz otrzymają roczny cykl dedykowanych szkoleń z najlepszymi ekspertami branży. Skills are the future. WorldSkills Poland powstał z myślą o lepszej przyszłości młodych ludzi. Wszystko zaczęło się w Fundacji Rozwoju Systemu Edukacji, gdzie grupa pasjonatów podjęła działania, aby przystąpić do unikatowego projektu na globalną skalę. W WorldSkills Poland promujemy umiejętności zawodowe poprzez udział zawodników w międzynarodowych konkursach Euroskills i WorldSkills. To największe zawody branżowe w Europie i na świecie. Program ten poszukuje młodych ludzi i stwarza dla nich niepowtarzalne warunki rozwoju osobistego oraz zawodowego poprzez indywidualny cykl szkoleń z największymi ekspertami w kraju i na świecie. Współpracujące z nami firmy już teraz wiedzą, że jest to nie tylko najlepszy sposób na pozyskanie przyszłych liderów rynku, a zupełnie nowy poziom budowania relacji pracodawca-pracownik. WorldSkills Poland
Szukając pracy po studiach, bez doświadczenia, możesz czuć się zagubiony. Nie wiesz, od czego zacząć. Nic straconego. Poznaj Europass, miejsce, w którym zaprezentujesz swoje umiejętności, kwalifikacje i dotychczasowe doświadczenie zawodowe. Dzięki Europass stworzysz profesjonalny profil, a Twoje CV wyróżni się na tle innych ofert. Od czego zacząć? Od CV. Jest kilka template'ów do wyboru. W Europass możesz pochwalić się swoimi zaletami na wiele sposobów. CV ma rozbudowaną sekcję poświęconą znajomości języków obcych. O finalnym wyglądzie i treści decydujesz Ty. Wszystkie dokumenty przechowujesz w zakładce Moja biblioteka. Europass jest połączony z największą europejską wyszukiwarką ofert pracy, kursów i wolontariatu EURES. Profil Europass stanie się Twoją cyfrową wizytówką. Za pomocą jednego kliknięcia możesz ją udostępnić pracodawcy lub zainteresowanym osobom. Europass jest rozpoznawalny w całej Europie. Jest bezpieczny i darmowy. Funkcjonuje w takiej samej formie w 29 językach. Zrób kolejny krok i dołącz do Europass już teraz.
Time to begin the adventure of our lives. First time in Poland, Euroskills 2023, Gdańsk. WorldSkills Poland will organize the European Championship in Professional Skills. The first milestones are behind us. Euroskills 2023, Gdańsk. United by skills, we are eager to embark on this challenge. WorldSkills Poland.
Jeśli jesteś praktykiem poradnictwa zawodowego, doskonale wiesz, jak dziś ważny jest rozwój zawodowy. Abyś mógł wspierać innych, potrzebujesz przejrzystych informacji na temat dostępnych form edukacji zawodowej, trendów i zapotrzebowań na kompetencje na rynku pracy, a także skutecznych narzędzi i praktyk pracy z klientem. Jednym słowem, potrzebujesz aktualnej wiedzy i rozwoju kompetencji, i to na skalę międzynarodową. Czy istnieje jedno miejsce, które wspierałoby taką wizję rozwoju? Tak, Euroguidance. To europejska sieć zrzeszająca doradców, trenerów i coachów kariery w krajach europejskich. Dzięki Euroguidance możesz czerpać wiedzę na temat zapotrzebowania na kompetencje i zawody na europejskim rynku pracy. Skorzystasz z europejskich inicjatyw, programów i narzędzi w dziedzinie mobilności dla celów edukacyjnych i zawodowych w Europie. Poszerzysz swoje horyzonty poprzez wymianę doświadczeń z praktykami poradnictwa zawodowego w Europie. Odwiedź stronę Euroguidance.eu. Zadbaj o swój rozwój zawodowy z Euroguidance.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, and this is the beginning of the second workshop session. Housekeeping information for our online guests. The other workshop is staged in the other channel, and it features Dr. Ireneusz Wiśniewski of Kędzierzyn-Koźle Job Training Center. And they discuss good school advisory centers best practices. We are commencing the workshop on participation on international vocational competitions as a good career start. We'll be joined by Marcin Berta, a car manager DMG CNC Milling Center coach and referee, and Patryk Ruć, the contestant in CNC machining competition, also representatives of DMG Mori. Hello, my name is Marcin Berta. I was introduced as the expert in CNC machine milling. WorldSkills is the international competition staged every 2 years. Every other year, young people from all corners of the world come and compete in different domains. I specialize in CNC machine milling. I work in a company that is the producer for CNC machine milling, and I have the pleasure of dealing with CNC milling. Patryk works in DMG Mori because his career path was, he started as a contestant, a contender, and now he's fully employed. He cooperates with young people getting ready. CNC machine milling. This is metal machining. We used cutting-edge machines, and a contestant is required many skills, not only physical machining, but also software programming and creation of precise measurement items. We have prepared a film that features the preparation for the competition and the competition as such. So this is a film in a loop, and you are going to see the screens of the competition. How huge that is. Don't think that this is pre-prepared so that it looks like the Olympic Games, but that's the way it is. It's like the Olympics, not of the sports people, but people who deal with the business sector and different technologies, different specialities, young people who know what they want to do. DMG Mori supports this initiative, so young people know what to do. They make professional decisions, and they know which direction to go. Without industry and technological development, we would be at a standstill. We have new employees, and schools generate specialists in their field, and therefore we can develop. I'll pass over to Patryk so that he'll tell us about his career and when he's chosen machine milling, not hair industry, hairstyling industry. Hello, my name is Patryk Ruć, and I had the pleasure to be the contestant twice. First in Kazan, in WorldSkills, and Euroskills in Graz. And I believe this is a very nice initiative, especially for young people, technical vocational schools, because it requires a lot of work, and you can see the results, and this is a huge motivation. You can see contenders around you. They do whatever it takes when preparing and when competing. We can put the best foot forward. The competition, it takes 3 days. There are difficult things to do, pretty complex, but these are doable. This year I was an expert for a new contender. You cannot go to the competition every year. We were getting ready for a competition in Germany. What else can I say? Patryk is a modest person. He's very nice, but shy. When he joined us and became interested in the competition, he didn't know anything about the competition. When he saw a banner with the information about it, he wanted to get more details, and he caught on. To be in this competition. He could see the chance for international development because he can collaborate and compete with people from different corners of the world. The training sessions are organized with different countries like Liechtenstein. We had contenders from Germany, and Patrick established collaboration with the guy from Canada and the one from the USA. So he developed international contacts with young people. And on top of that, we could see that Patrick is pretty talented. In Graz, he was ranked 7, being for the first time, and we ranked 7. It was quite an achievement for us. And we decided Patrick, upon graduation at the Lublin University Mechanics Department, to be employed by us. After further trainings, he is an engineer of applications. He goes to our clients. They work on CNCs. We collaborate with schools, vocational schools, technical schools, the universities of technology. We show this initiative. We show how a university can promote their activity. Because when working with a contestant, a university or a professional or vocational school supports them. They organize workstations in their facilities. We also support schools in this respect. What else? If you have any questions, you are more than welcome to pose your questions, because this is a workshop rather than a lecture, so we are ready to answer your questions. What else about the expert's job? Something that I deal with. This is a program that has a continuation. You can understand young people and how they collaborate with industry. What is young people's awareness when they choose a school? We, the company, a technical company, we have to support schools and teachers in showing young people what the industry is like today when they select school. Young people don't know what a machine miller work is associated with, or technical guys. Parents imagine that industry work is like the one at the beginning of the 20th century, where it was pretty hard. Upon entering from work, you looked as if you had been working in a mine. Patrick could see that machine milling specialist work is light. It requires to use your brain rather than bronze. So we try to show it to young people. We, in the sense of the company, we try to put the best foot forward. You can visit us in Pleszewo production plant. You can see how we produce the machines. What is the machine milling specialist job like? This is how we acquire contenders. DMG Mori operates in all corners of the world, organizing similar competitions. This is a proprietary program we have offered for 10 years, and you can see the results. Our clients can find young talents with the right education. I can see Patrick is eager to say something. I'd like to tell you more about preparations. Thanks to the competition initiative, it is possible to have a training or a drill you couldn't do at home because you don't have a machine at home. You don't have the right equipment to do so. So I'd like to pay kudos to the sponsors and organizers for making it possible to do the training. You don't have this kind of equipment at home. Practice is very important. people are required to use microphones in order for us to provide interpretation. We do apologize for any inconveniences. My preparations? Right. It took all the time, ever since we registered for the competition. I was 21. 22 is the world event, 25 in European competition. It depends on the competition. There might be slight deviations, but 21 and 25 respectively in this competition. We focus like 70% on computer work, that is programming of a detail, the mock-up, the software. So I used to practice at home, but every month I had a week with DMG at their headquarters working on a machine. These were the conditions that imitate the competition. There is a machine, a computer, a time limit. So we try to fit to the time limit allocated during the competition. It wouldn't have been possible without a machine. About a year is the answer, because there was a question about time. Patrick focused on his age. He's still young. He's ready to boast that he's young. It took about a year and a half when it comes to Patrick's preparation time. 12 to 18 months. This is how much it takes for a contestant to prepare. We want this to make this preparation process longer. So that Patrick was a university student at that time. He had graduated from a technical school and he was a student. But we would like to have younger ones on board, the ones at technical schools or vocational schools. And again, somebody is asking a question without the use of microphone. Sorry for not able to interpret for you. I hope I'm not going to wage a war here. Yeah, 19 or 18. Yes, I agree with you, because this is longer time to prepare a contestant. Sad reality is... No, not sad, wrong word. A nice thing. We've got the way to develop people. We can show these schools that when at school, when at technical school, they can get prepared. Vocational schools, I agree. The system may not be proper for it, but let's try to make it a proper one. Imagine that in Germany, 16-year-olds are able to execute the competition-style details. Fachschule students in Germany can prepare details, but that's the future. This is why we are here. We, our company and the partners of initiative, we try to support schools to disseminate this initiative, to make this system ready for what we have. And the floor goes to the lady. And again, speakers are kindly requested to use microphones in order for us to be able to interpret for you, ladies and gentlemen. No. Hairstyling, roofing, there is lots of professions. WordSkills website is where you go. You can use any popular browser. You put WordSkills. One is WordSkills Poland, gov.pl, I think. I don't remember what is the extension. And the other one is worldskills.org that presents international competition you can take part in. Polish website is in Polish. The international one is in English, but you have all competitions featured there. We want to take part in all of them. We don't have enough players to join the game, but the corporate target is to join the greatest possible number of competitions. Another question? Microphones are necessary for the speakers in order for the interpreters to hear the question and interpret them for you. Sorry for the inconveniences. And again, no mic, no interpretation, sorry. Sorry for the silence in the English channel, but microphones are necessary for us to be able to hear and follow the discussion in the room. As you can see, the gentleman is not using a microphone, which makes it impossible for us to interpret for you. We are very sorry. Housekeeping announcement for the English channel listeners. We are very sorry. No mic, no interpretation. And the speakers are quite obstinate in their decision not to use the microphone. So sorry, we cannot interpret for you. Yes, but the day after tomorrow. No, we cannot find time tomorrow because it's Saturday. Feel invited on Monday. Yeah, I'd say the same, but in different words. Thank you very much for what you're saying. To wrap it up, this is a synergy. Industry, school, and a pupil that wants to do something. The foundation supports us a lot. It's really outstanding how supportive they are when it comes to being a knowledge partner, logistics partner. Not always are we able to do that for young people. These are young people, so, you know, foundation is a great coordinator. And you, the teachers, professionals, you know which of the business insiders is the best. So the company organizes and sponsors these elements. We've got a contestant. We need to find a sponsor. And the teacher knows who is a business sector leader. If you ask me who's the leader in hairstyling or a leader in machine equipment, hardly do I know that, but a teacher who is in the business sector, who's a business insider, knows that this is the company in hairstyling and the other company in machine equipment, the same machine milling. Teachers realize that we collaborate with the education sector and teachers in order to boost the education level. So this is my wrap-up. Every business sector has got the leader, and the teacher and the business insider knows who the leader is and who might be the sponsor. When we started our collaboration with the foundation, the list had 4 or 5 partners. Now it's difficult to quote all the partners because there is lots of industrial companies on the website. They support these industrial competitions. That's a punchline for the presentation, Patrick. Any comment? Yes, it was worth it. Trainings. If I wanted to do it on a private basis, it would have cost a lot of money. And here, I had to just earmark some time. I won the eliminations, the intro round, and went into the competition and keep carrying on. And I am an ex-participant, but I have the pleasure of preparing younger generations and sharing my knowledge with the knowledge that I amassed in the previous exhibition, in the previous competition. And I'm in touch with different experts, as Martin mentioned, those from Portugal, Emirates, Mexico. They used to be my friends, colleagues. The Mexican one was a contestant in Kazan. It was nice meeting him in Germany. They invite us for trainings. We can train online and on-site. Not always can you go and fly. You can train online too. So there is a whole team that supports each other. It's an extra motivator. When colleagues train, we can exchange knowledge and experience. It's worth it. Thank you very much. Less shy, less modest. To wrap it up, I can see that time's up. It's worth it. The first thing, the other, the website. You can get all the info from there. And there is contact data to me. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to contact me. Write me, email me if you want to take part in competition, if you want to get involved. All the information is available there. Thank you very much. And stay in touch. You want to say something? I want to say, in addition to trainings, I haven't worked ever since the beginning at the company, so I streamlined everything in my personal life when getting ready for the competition. The 2-year period time, I collaborated with Foundation DMG. We were preparing new contestants, and there was the initiative to be employed. So I didn't hesitate, and I joined in because this is a fantastic opportunity to work, to realize your passions. Skills offer this possibility. This is Polish and international arena winners who are offered jobs from different employers, like security networks. Samsung president offered the gold medalist. The list is extensive in different competitions. Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, short coffee break and see you back in 10 minutes time for the third workshop session.
Erasmus+, Europejski Korpus Solidarności. Nowe perspektywy, szersze horyzonty. Środowisko i walka ze zmianą klimatu. Włączanie i różnorodność. Transformacja cyfrowa. Uczestnictwo w życiu demokratycznym. Nowa perspektywa finansowa 21-27.
Szukając pracy po studiach, bez doświadczenia, możesz czuć się zagubiony. Nie wiesz, od czego zacząć. Nic straconego. Poznaj Europass. Miejsce, w którym zaprezentujesz swoje umiejętności, kwalifikacje i dotychczasowe doświadczenie zawodowe. Dzięki Europass stworzysz profesjonalny profil, a Twoje CV wyróżni się na tle innych ofert. Od czego zacząć? Od CV. Jest kilka template'ów do wyboru. W Europass możesz pochwalić się swoimi zaletami na wiele sposobów. CV ma rozbudowaną sekcję poświęconą znajomości języków obcych. O finalnym wyglądzie i treści decydujesz Ty. Wszystkie dokumenty przechowujesz w zakładce Moja biblioteka. Europass jest połączony z największą europejską wyszukiwarką ofert pracy, kursów i wolontariatu EURES. Profil Europass stanie się Twoją cyfrową wizytówką. Za pomocą jednego kliknięcia możesz ją udostępnić pracodawcy lub zainteresowanym osobom. Europass jest rozpoznawalny w całej Europie. Jest bezpieczny i darmowy. Funkcjonuje w takiej samej formie w 29 językach. Zrób kolejny krok i dołącz do Europass już teraz.
Jeśli jesteś praktykiem poradnictwa zawodowego, doskonale wiesz, jak dziś ważny jest rozwój zawodowy. Abyś mógł wspierać innych, potrzebujesz przejrzystych informacji na temat dostępnych form edukacji zawodowej, trendów i zapotrzebowań na kompetencje na rynku pracy, a także skutecznych narzędzi i praktyk pracy z klientem. Jednym słowem, potrzebujesz aktualnej wiedzy i rozwoju kompetencji, i to na skalę międzynarodową. Czy istnieje jedno miejsce, które wspierałoby taką wizję rozwoju? Tak, Euroguidance. To europejska sieć zrzeszająca doradców, trenerów i coachów kariery w krajach europejskich. Dzięki Euroguidance możesz czerpać wiedzę na temat zapotrzebowania na kompetencje i zawody na europejskim rynku pracy. Skorzystasz z europejskich inicjatyw, programów i narzędzi w dziedzinie mobilności dla celów edukacyjnych i zawodowych w Europie. Poszerzysz swoje horyzonty poprzez wymianę doświadczeń z praktykami poradnictwa zawodowego w Europie. Odwiedź stronę Euroguidance.eu. Zadbaj o swój rozwój zawodowy z Euroguidance.
Fundacja Rozwoju Systemu Edukacji i World Skills Poland zapraszają na ogólnopolski konkurs zawodów branżowych. Skills Poland Gdańsk 2022. 3 dni zmagań, 200 zawodników, 12 000 m2 strefy konkursowej, polscy i zagraniczni sędziowie. Zapraszamy już dziś. Ponad 20 konkurencji. Skills Poland Gdańsk 2022. Zwycięzcy wezmą udział w międzynarodowym konkursie Euroskills Gdańsk 2023 oraz otrzymają roczny cykl dedykowanych szkoleń z najlepszymi ekspertami branży. Skills are the future. World Skills Poland powstał z myślą o lepszej przyszłości młodych ludzi. Wszystko zaczęło się w Fundacji Rozwoju Systemu Edukacji, gdzie grupa pasjonatów podjęła działania, aby przystąpić do unikatowego projektu na globalną skalę. W World Skills Poland promujemy umiejętności zawodowe poprzez udział zawodników w międzynarodowych konkursach Euroskills i World Skills. To największe zawody branżowe w Europie i na świecie. Program ten poszukuje młodych ludzi i stwarza dla nich niepowtarzalne warunki rozwoju osobistego oraz zawodowego poprzez indywidualny cykl szkoleń z największymi ekspertami w kraju i na świecie. Współpracujące z nami firmy już teraz wiedzą, że jest to nie tylko najlepszy sposób na pozyskanie przyszłych liderów rynku, a zupełnie nowy poziom budowania relacji pracodawca-pracownik. World Skills Poland.
Szukając pracy po studiach, bez doświadczenia, możesz czuć się zagubiony. Nie wiesz, od czego zacząć. Nic straconego. Poznaj Europass, miejsce, w którym zaprezentujesz swoje umiejętności, kwalifikacje i dotychczasowe doświadczenie zawodowe. Dzięki Europass stworzysz profesjonalny profil, a twoje CV wyróżni się na tle innych ofert. Od czego zacząć? Od CV. Jest kilka template'ów do wyboru. W Europass możesz pochwalić się swoimi zaletami na wiele sposobów. CV ma rozbudowaną sekcję poświęconą znajomości języków obcych. O finalnym wyglądzie i treści decydujesz Ty. Wszystkie dokumenty przechowujesz w zakładce Moja biblioteka. Europass jest połączony z największą europejską wyszukiwarką ofert pracy, kursów i wolontariatu EURES. Profil Europass stanie się Twoją cyfrową wizytówką. Za pomocą jednego kliknięcia możesz ją udostępnić pracodawcy lub zainteresowanym osobom. Europass jest rozpoznawalny w całej Europie. Jest bezpieczny i darmowy. Funkcjonuje w takiej samej formie w 29 językach. Zrób kolejny krok i dołącz do Europass już teraz.
Time to begin the adventure of our lives. First time in Poland, Euroskills 2023, Gdańsk. WorldSkills Poland will organize the European Championship in Professional Skills. The first milestones are behind us. Euroskills 2023, Gdańsk. United by skills, we are eager to embark on this challenge. WorldSkills Poland.
Jeśli jesteś praktykiem poradnictwa zawodowego, doskonale wiesz, jak dziś ważny jest rozwój zawodowy. Abyś mógł wspierać innych, potrzebujesz przejrzystych informacji na temat dostępnych form edukacji zawodowej, trendów i zapotrzebowań na kompetencje na rynku pracy, a także skutecznych narzędzi i praktyk pracy z klientem. Jednym słowem, potrzebujesz aktualnej wiedzy i rozwoju kompetencji. I to na skalę międzynarodową. Czy istnieje jedno miejsce, które wspierałoby taką wizję rozwoju? Tak, Euroguidance. To europejska sieć zrzeszająca doradców, trenerów i coachów kariery w krajach europejskich. Dzięki Euroguidance możesz czerpać wiedzę na temat zapotrzebowania na kompetencje i zawody na europejskim rynku pracy. Skorzystasz z europejskich inicjatyw, programów i narzędzi w dziedzinie mobilności dla celów edukacyjnych i zawodowych w Europie. Poszerzysz swoje horyzonty poprzez wymianę doświadczeń z praktykami poradnictwa zawodowego w Europie. Odwiedź stronę Euroguidance.eu. Zadbaj o swój rozwój zawodowy z Euroguidance.
Szanowni Państwo, witam na ostatnim.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our final session. Just a short note to our online viewers. There's a link on our website, forumedukacjizawodowej.pl. Will take you to a transmission of Mr. Wawrzyniec-Pater's workshop. And now I invite you to a workshop devoted to ePale, the internet platform, to exchange experience for career counselors. I invite Justyna Bednarz-Fiuk, coordinator of the National ePale office, to take the floor. Hello, I'd like to tell you about the ePale platform, a platform for adult learning. Has anybody used it? I see one hand going up. In that case, I would like to tell you about ePale and invite you to use it. The ePale platform is a place online created by the European Commission, which brings together all adult educators and those working in adult development or adult learning. Learning broadly understood. So I hope that you, HR professionals, as well as career counselors might be interested in this. What we understand by adults are people over 18 years of age. You can find a lot of inspirations and knowledge on ePale. It's an international platform available in 36 countries, in 32 language versions. So depending on our language skills, we can use the English language version, which is the most popular. We can also take advantage of other language versions. So how do you find it? Just Google ePale. So this is the platform. We explore all areas of adult education in the broad sense of the term. New technologies in education. We have articles on vocational education, seniors education, cultural education, trainers, career counselors, scholars, researchers, anybody working in adult education can use ePale. So these are our four core areas: creativity and culture, learning communities, skills revolution, and young adults. These are highlights for this year, but that's not all. What can you find on ePale? Well, we have four basic functions. There is a current events page, so any grants you can apply for, conferences, important events, meetings for adult educators, events organized by us as the National ePale office. So all the latest information. And there's also a blog which features articles written by members of our community, so practitioners, other adult educators, career counselors, texts on various topics in this area. There's also a library where we can find or upload publications, reports, webinar recordings, or lesson plans with a comment as to why it's worth checking them out. We also have a discussion page. These are international discussions. The European EPAL office, the central office, organizes discussions once a month or once every 2 months on various topics related to adult learning. One more important thing, you can also, once you've set up an account, you can also publish on the website. I'll tell you later on how to do this, and I will also ask Piotr to distribute an instruction pertaining to how to publish on EPAL, the platform, how to set up an account and how to put your content online. The Polish EPAL office has prepared a special thematic, a range of thematic pages. So they've grouped articles on EPAL under subject headings which may be of interest to you. I especially recommend employee development or career counseling for adults. These are 2 interesting headings. There's inspiration for trainers, new technologies, and adult learning. You can find it either on the main site by clicking on thematic pages or by searching for professional counseling EPAL, and that will take you to the thematic site with articles on the subject. So here we have adult career counseling grouped into working methods, the role of a career counselor, and various types of subheadings that you can click on and get to relevant information. We also have career development, webinar recordings, podcasts, a lot of very interesting content that is worth checking out. And moreover, I don't know if you can see this well, you can also have a look at other areas. To do so, click on Learn, then we choose the tab Topics, and then we can select the topic of interest to us. How can we find an educational event on EPAL? There is a calendar or upcoming events on the platform where we can search for events all over Europe and in Poland, events designed for adult educators. And all events in this sector. So again, we click on Contribute or Learn. Then we select Events, and we can filter either by time period or by language or by event subject, by country, by whether it's a free or paid event, online or live event. You can also add your own events. You can add links to your conferences that you are doing for adult educators. So here in the upper right-hand corner, you can click on Add Event. To use the EPAL platform, all you have to do is set up an account on EU Login. If you already have an account on EU Login because you've used Erasmus or you have worked with the Foundation for the Development of the Education System, and they gave you such a login, you can use that same data to log on to EPAL. If you don't have an EU login, all you have to do is register. What you need is your name and last name and an email address. Registration is free, and it gives us access to all the content as well as many other opportunities, which I will go into in a second. So we register, we log in with our EU login. After you register, I encourage you to fill out your profile. So you go into My EPAL, you choose My Profile. Why is this worth doing? Well, EPAL makes it possible for you to network with other users, so if other people are looking through the user's catalog, or you've authored a text and somebody wants more information about you or wants to contact you, they can do that via the ePayL platform. So it's worth just saying a few words about you to let others get to know you. In your profile, it's also worth clicking on Edit and make sure that you have checked off permission for the ePayL Poland office to contact you. So if you ever want to publish a text on ePayL, that way we can help you upload a photo or a recording or a publication that gives us the possibility of contacting you. If you don't want to be contacted, by all means, you're free not to check off that option. What else can the ePayL platform offer? We are an online community of adult educators. And there are people behind this platform, so we encourage you to get to know our experts, our ePayL ambassadors, who represent adult education across a range of areas. We have trainers, we have experts on new technologies, we also have librarians, cultural educators, but we also have HR specialists and career counselors. We have an ambassador with us today, Professor Małgorzata Rosalska, who often publishes on ePayL and whose texts are definitely worth reading. So here we have the opportunity to get to know the authors, also to contact them in various ways. We can read their content, and our ambassadors also come to our events and deliver speeches and presentations at our events. So what's neat is the possibility to contact people. So here we have an article by our ambassador Urszula Rudzka-Stankiewicz on the effectiveness of training. So all you have to do is click on her name, which takes us to her profile, and in the upper right-hand corner we can press send message and we can write her. This option is available only when you're logged on, so we can find out more directly from the person, from the author. We can invite her to an event, or we can start up a collaboration or a partnership. With regard to other users who do not publish, click on Collaborate, which will take you to a list of users where we can view users from all over Europe, so we can contact career counselors, not just in Poland, but also in other countries. And this is quite useful if we are looking for a partner for an Erasmus Plus project. Also, ePayL also has a search engine to find partners all over Europe from all 36 countries. So aside from that, ePayL organizes events. Our biggest event, which just took place this week on Tuesday and Wednesday, is the Adult Education Forum. This was the 7th edition of this big conference organized annually. Registered ePayL users can take part in our events. All events are free. Recordings are provided on ePayL afterwards. After registering, you can get access, and there was quite a lot of interesting content this year on the 4 core subjects. Aside from that, we organize other kinds of events. An ePayL podcast comes out once a month on SoundCloud, ePayL SoundCloud, but also on the ePayL website. We can find podcasts on very different topics, very interesting. You can listen, you can download these podcasts. We have expert consultations on Facebook live on various aspects of adult education, where you can chime in and ask a question to the expert, get in touch. We also organize workshops. Well, of course, during the pandemic, these were online workshops. But I think we will go back to face-to-face workshops next year. And of course, all these events are accessible free of charge. We also organize webinars. Where can you find recordings of all these events? There's this banner that you click for recordings, which has all the recorded webinars, recorded conferences, and recorded discussions. If you want to access recordings from the Adult Education Forum, you have to join a special group, though. Every year we also publish a book with a selection of texts from the ePale platform. We choose the 30 most interesting texts. The publication for this year will come out in the first quarter of 2023. So if you have an idea for an article or a text about what you are doing, you can publish it this year on ePale, and that will give you a chance, your text a chance to be part of the publication. We also publish the most interesting texts free of charge into English, and then from English they are translated broadly into 7 or 8 different languages. Our colleagues from all over Europe are also very curious about what is happening in Poland. We also know that this has led to various collaboration proposals. So we encourage you to publish your texts on the platform. If you are planning to publish, this is some technical information. You can find it on the flyers, where to click, what to do. After you publish the article, it goes to us to be verified, but it's not, of course, a form of censorship. We simply want to make sure that the site is visually aligned and well edited and well laid out. So after our approval, the article goes live on the platform. We encourage you to write with the audience in mind, especially with your colleagues and other experts or practitioners in mind, because they are the audience on ePale. So we're not just writing for adult learners, we're writing for our colleagues from the industry, from the sector. We can talk about what we do, we can talk about the projects we've done, we can talk about various issues that we encounter in our work, anything that may be of interest to other adult educators.
It's worth presenting on ePale. Natural persons may set up their accounts mentioning the activities of their organizations, mentioning the source of sponsorship. If you want to make it easier for users to find your text, you can tag your text topic-wise so that others can find it. You are helped whatever you need. ePale Poland, as a part of a foundation, helps you publishing in the Polish version, does the translations, make it possible to post photos and recordings. If you have an idea to have a text or a topic or a theme that you believe is missing from the platform, you are more than welcome to join us, to email us. We try to respond to users' needs. We organize webinars. Whatever you're interested in or workshops, feel invited to get in touch with us. Here is the contact data. I could see our leaflets on the table. There is contact data in the leaflets that I have distributed. Whatever you need, feel invited. The platform is a true creator of people's environment. It is much more than a website with interesting text. Every event demonstrates that this is the platform that brings together participants live. They create the ever-growing milieu. They tap into other people's experiences. As one of the speakers said at the Adult Education Forum, life is too short to learn from your own mistakes. It is worth learning from other people. Feel invited to join a parlor and get in touch with me, and thanks to all of you. Thank you very much indeed. Before we proceed with the last point of our forum, a moment for others to join in, because they are working in the other room, and see you back in a minute.
Erasmus+, Europejski Korpus Solidarności. Nowe perspektywy, szersze horyzonty. Środowisko i walka ze zmianą klimatu. Włączanie i różnorodność. Transformacja cyfrowa. Uczestnictwo w życiu demokratycznym. Nowa perspektywa finansowa 21-27.
Szukając pracy po studiach, bez doświadczenia, możesz czuć się zagubiony. Nie wiesz, od czego zacząć. Nic straconego. Poznaj Europass, miejsce, w którym zaprezentujesz swoje umiejętności, kwalifikacje i dotychczasowe doświadczenie zawodowe. Dzięki Europass stworzysz profesjonalny profil, a Twoje CV wyróżni się na tle innych ofert. Od czego zacząć? Od CV. Jest kilka template'ów do wyboru. W Europass możesz pochwalić się swoimi zaletami na wiele sposobów. CV ma rozbudowaną sekcję poświęconą znajomości języków obcych. O finalnym wyglądzie i treści decydujesz Ty. Wszystkie dokumenty przechowujesz w zakładce Moja biblioteka. Europass jest połączony z największą europejską wyszukiwarką ofert pracy, kursów i wolontariatu EURES. Profil Europass stanie się Twoją cyfrową wizytówką. Za pomocą jednego kliknięcia możesz ją udostępnić pracodawcy lub zainteresowanym osobom. Europass jest rozpoznawalny w całej Europie. Jest bezpieczny i darmowy. Funkcjonuje w takiej samej formie w 29 językach. Zrób kolejny krok i dołącz do Europass już teraz.
Jeśli jesteś praktykiem poradnictwa zawodowego, doskonale wiesz, jak dziś ważny jest rozwój zawodowy. Abyś mógł wspierać innych, potrzebujesz przejrzystych informacji na temat dostępnych form edukacji zawodowej, trendów i zapotrzebowań na kompetencje na rynku pracy, a także skutecznych narzędzi i praktyk pracy z klientem. Jednym słowem, potrzebujesz aktualnej wiedzy i rozwoju kompetencji, i to na skalę międzynarodową. Czy istnieje jedno miejsce, które wspierałoby taką wizję rozwoju? Tak, Euroguidance. To europejska sieć zrzeszająca doradców, trenerów i coachów kariery w krajach europejskich. Dzięki Euroguidance możesz czerpać wiedzę na temat zapotrzebowania na kompetencje i zawody na europejskim rynku pracy. Skorzystasz z europejskich inicjatyw, programów i narzędzi w dziedzinie mobilności dla celów edukacyjnych i zawodowych w Europie. Poszerzysz swoje horyzonty poprzez wymianę doświadczeń z praktykami poradnictwa zawodowego w Europie. Odwiedź stronę Euroguidance.eu. Zadbaj o swój rozwój zawodowy z Euroguidance.
Fundacja Rozwoju Systemu Edukacji i WorldSkills Poland zapraszają na ogólnopolski konkurs zawodów branżowych. Skills Poland Gdańsk 2022. 3 dni zmagań, 200 zawodników, 12 000 m2 strefy konkursowej, polscy i zagraniczni sędziowie. Zapraszamy już dziś. Ponad 20 konkurencji. Skills Poland Gdańsk 2022. Zwycięzcy wezmą udział w międzynarodowym konkursie Euroskills Gdańsk 2023 oraz otrzymają roczny cykl dedykowanych szkoleń z najlepszymi ekspertami branży. Skills are the future. WorldSkills Poland powstał z myślą o lepszej przyszłości młodych ludzi. Wszystko zaczęło się w Fundacji Rozwoju Systemu Edukacji, gdzie grupa pasjonatów podjęła działania, aby przystąpić do unikatowego projektu na globalną skalę. W WorldSkills Poland promujemy umiejętności zawodowe poprzez udział zawodników w międzynarodowych konkursach Euroskills i WorldSkills. To największe zawody branżowe w Europie i na świecie. Program ten poszukuje młodych ludzi i stwarza dla nich niepowtarzalne warunki rozwoju osobistego oraz zawodowego poprzez indywidualny cykl szkoleń z największymi ekspertami w kraju i na świecie. Współpracujące z nami firmy już teraz wiedzą, że jest to nie tylko najlepszy sposób na pozyskanie przyszłych liderów rynku, a zupełnie nowy poziom budowania relacji pracodawca-pracownik. WorldSkills Poland .
Szukając pracy po studiach, bez doświadczenia, możesz czuć się zagubiony. Nie wiesz, od czego zacząć. Nic straconego. Poznaj Europass, miejsce, w którym zaprezentujesz swoje umiejętności, kwalifikacje i dotychczasowe doświadczenie zawodowe. Dzięki Europass stworzysz profesjonalny profil, a twoje CV wyróżni się na tle innych ofert. Od czego zacząć? Od CV. Jest kilka template'ów do wyboru. W Europass możesz pochwalić się swoimi zaletami na wiele sposobów. CV ma rozbudowaną sekcję poświęconą znajomości języków obcych. O finalnym wyglądzie i treści decydujesz ty. Wszystkie dokumenty przechowujesz w zakładce Moja biblioteka. Europass jest połączony z największą europejską wyszukiwarką ofert pracy, kursów i wolontariatu EURES. Profil Europass stanie się twoją cyfrową wizytówką. Za pomocą jednego kliknięcia możesz ją udostępnić pracodawcy lub zainteresowanym osobom. Europass jest rozpoznawalny w całej Europie. Jest bezpieczny i darmowy. Funkcjonuje w takiej samej formie w 29 językach. Zrób kolejny krok i dołącz do Europass już teraz.
Time to begin the adventure of our lives. First time in Poland, Euroskills 2023, Gdańsk. WorldSkills Poland will organize the European Championship in Professional Skills. The first milestones are behind us. Euroskills 2023, Gdańsk. United by skills, we are eager to embark on this challenge. WorldSkills Poland.
Jeśli jesteś praktykiem poradnictwa zawodowego, doskonale wiesz, jak dziś ważny jest rozwój zawodowy. Abyś mógł wspierać innych, potrzebujesz przejrzystych informacji na temat dostępnych form edukacji zawodowej, trendów i zapotrzebowań na kompetencje na rynku pracy, a także skutecznych narzędzi i praktyk pracy z klientem. Jednym słowem, potrzebujesz aktualnej wiedzy i rozwoju kompetencji, i to na skalę międzynarodową. Czy istnieje jedno miejsce, które wspierałoby taką wizję rozwoju? Tak, Euroguidance. To europejska sieć zrzeszająca doradców, trenerów i coachów kariery w krajach europejskich. Dzięki Euroguidance możesz czerpać wiedzę na temat zapotrzebowania na kompetencje i zawody na europejskim rynku pracy. Skorzystasz z europejskich inicjatyw, programów i narzędzi w dziedzinie mobilności dla celów edukacyjnych i zawodowych w Europie. Poszerzysz swoje horyzonty poprzez wymianę doświadczeń z praktykami poradnictwa zawodowego w Europie. Odwiedź stronę Euroguidance.eu. Zadbaj o swój rozwój zawodowy z Euroguidance.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm overjoyed to be able to go through all the workshop sessions today. We are in for the last presentation today. Present recruitment methods and tools, case studies delivered by Michał Kapczuk, recruitment marketing expert, president of Hire Company. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The first words are a great challenge for presenters after such an intense day. I was helped at the beginning because there is a great challenge how to present yourself in a natural way so that everybody understands what and how we speak and what we do in professional and private life. Before the presentation, I had a further off-stage discussion on how employers in Poland look for employees. And we know that many companies use job boards, employment notices at big portals. They use it in a standard way. Today's closing inspirational session is designed to go through the reality we have in higher employment agency. For 7 years, we helped employers to reach candidates in an unusual way. We realized projects and programs to match the candidate's DNA with company's DNA. I'm going to tell you about it in a moment. We live in the market that changes a lot, and it's impacted by a number of factors. The recent global incidents related to pandemics, technological advancements. We have seen acceleration of these external factors. And I want to show you some trends we can see in the market now, with a special focus on young talents prospering, but this can be duplicated for people with greater experience. Employers change narrative. Not only do they present what they can get from candidates, they create narratives of what they can give and offer, what your work and life may look like. Both elements are very important, especially for younger generations. People are more important than the companies, so who I worked with, how is my team developed, how is my collaboration with the person I report to is streamlined, rather than esteem of the company and how many years it's been in business. These are very important things, but this is the second tier issues. This is the user, not the channel. Channels have been streamlined. Companies know that. What is the key is to acquire the prospective employee, a candidate, person to collaborate with. What is more and more important in the social media booming environment and a greater content that we have and the advertisements that we have, I believe that everybody who opens social media while scrolling your Facebook or LinkedIn profile or any other profile, you'll be targeted with a dozen or so advertisements. So employers want to create attention catchers, and they want to show their workplace through experiences. And we are going to speak about experiences. Having contact with many companies and international corporations in the Polish market, or family companies, startups that look prosper for employees, we have projects that are based on 6 pillars. They define each candidate acquisition process. Communication activities that we have should be simple and easy to understand for young people, and also for people who boast greater professional experience. This is the time of acceleration. There's lots of communication and messages that we are showered with in online media channel and offline channels. So the communication must be simple. There are more and more elements that are related to emotions, triggered by advertisements or recruitment communication. Storytelling is very well known, not to say that it's cliché. When you talk to candidates, when you tell them a story, you create a narrative. Credibility is of greater importance. In the era of broad information access and social media, we can see employers that create a story, try to be genuine. Sometimes they miss the target. The young people can see that's been a lie. A wow effect, a surprise effect. Every employer wants to show, so that they stand out of the crowd of the message that we are showered with. And there is the guiding beacon for us, the inspiration to develop other solutions than those existing in the market. The best companies that employ now should avoid recruiting but they should have the branding, the presence among the candidates, and make it a magnet. When we talk to many companies, we work with international corporations like Amazon, Accenture, Microsoft. Many smaller companies say, you work with big global brands. So the conditions, whatever you propose them, how does it relate to us, the smaller companies or smaller facilities that operate on a local or a regional base? I live in Świecie by the Vistula River near Bydgoszcz-Toruń, and I like production facilities, image campaigns, the biggest employer in the region. It's not big brands only that become magnets. Local structures, local markets clearly demonstrate smaller companies that are region-based, how active they are. Young people and employees in the region who are the target of the company know what the company is. And when they think about switching jobs or applying for a position, they decide to apply with this company rather than any other company. What is also very important, that relates to my off-stage discussion, the way candidates look for jobs changes. What worked a few dozen years ago, like web portals with job posts, career web pages of companies are very important, but they reach active candidates. A candidate needs to have a flashlight, time to change the job. They start browsing for possibilities of change, who employs and how much they pay, and so on and so forth. The new recruitment marketing attitude makes us reach passive candidates, those who have been employed. They are active in the employment market. They are not thinking about switching jobs, but we try to reach them in different forms of communication. Whenever they have an impulse in the back of the head, so that they think about a brand. We drag them into a history with trigger emotions, and the candidate starts thinking about switching jobs. There is economy of scale, of course. You cannot generalize it, but this is how we reach people who are better aligned, who are naturally better candidates without actually looking for a job opportunity. And there are many market changes in employer branding. Broadly defined employer's image. Employer creates their image, positioning, perception. A few dozen years ago, it was a product. When we started working, the job offer or the communication was product categorized. It keeps evolving. Membership was an interim stage a few years ago through experience that we have now, especially in younger generations. The generation ZX that is entering the employment market. When selecting an employer, we have had very interesting campaigns over the last year, even in Poland. They look through the perspective of values. The employer follows and delivers. Not only job offer or task or brand that are associated with the values of the team they can work with. This slide, we won't be going through that. What is most important is that we started with a transactional relation. Employee came to a workplace selling their own hours as a product. Now employers try to get out of the box and try to have work as a natural point of life, and something that is coherent with what people believe in their personal life. What is also important? Communication based on a question. What is your job like? What is your daily What are your daily chores like? What kind of projects do you work on? It is important. It's important for candidates, but this process has evolved through the objective of the work. What's the final result of my activities? What will it impact? The projects that I realize, what do they translate into? Is there a more profound sense and objective in them? And how it looks like? What is the objective of mine? How I deliver it? Do I have to go to the office? Can I work in teleworking? Is the atmosphere okay or not? In today's employment market, there is lots of possibilities. In the recent days, we've heard about mass layoff, like Facebook losing 10,000 people losing jobs. What are the big brands that think about massive layoff? In a local market, we haven't seen such drastic changes that result from the crisis and economic situation. Or, conversely, there are many options for market entrants. So, they show a workplace as a kind of experience, a history they tell to young people. As I was saying, it is important to pay attention to the needs of the generations we have. Very interesting situation. We have representatives of many generations. They have different needs. And the story told by employers must resonate with each target group. Starting with X generation. The world was open for them. They could use all the benefits of this world. They might have developed, feel more secure when it comes to the employment market. New generations, Y and Z, they have been raised in a pleasant atmosphere, the atmosphere of well-being when you compare generation to generation. They pay attention to different things. Aspirations, work-life balance, separation between professional life and private life. Today's generations blend. It's such an important part of life that it needs to be an adventure for them. An adventure we want to go into full thrust, become involved. In the context, what I'm going to show is that great part of our reality switched to the online world. New generations in social media online, they are totally immersed. The employers have to align with it, and the pandemics have pushed for that. So events, meetings, employment first, you had to give up on them and switch to the online world. A very important role. Leadership is a very important role. For X generation, it was important to have a leader and inspiration in the context of work. For younger generations, 3-in-1. You can get inspiration with knowledge and experience, and a person that can be a mentor or coach, kind of, to guide you, to prompt you whilst developing your career path. And when speaking about the channels that we can use as attention catchers for the candidates, in X generation, these were career websites, web portals for employment, rankings that candidates were browsing through. Now, all social medias come to the forefront. Media, new media, social media, people, influencers, socially important people, opinion makers, and friends that you consulted with. And we have a matrix. The third thing, culture and new trends. A new form of work. flexi-working, task-focused work without attachment to the brand. People switch job every year. Little does it surprise. It's a question mark to the employer. It's a question mark to us when we employ people to our agency, but it's a natural thing. We can see applications from people who have worked in 5 different places over the period of last 5 years, and they keep looking for a place to stay in for longer. But employers are more often ready to see people rotating that often. Employers make greater endeavors to attract candidates. A regular work portal or career page. Oh, it's not enough to find in employee right number of employees. Greater transparency. Young people, candidates entering the job market, they want to know the employer the moment they make the decision to apply. They don't want to wait until they meet for an interview. They want to have the information up front. And human aspect. It used to be enough to represent a big brand, big employer, to generate lots of applications. Now, it's more profound. It goes deeper. So the question is, based on this video, it's like movie theater production supported by a huge budget. Any ideas? What kind of person is this company looking for, character-wise? What is important for the company? Excellent. Right. Dynamics, young people, perceptive, much is happening, mobility. Right. Flexibility. Social competences, right. This is the charm of recruitment marketing. Now, 90 seconds communication. Some people may like it, some people may find it discouraging, but this is what it is all about. You generate ideas for recruitment marketing and you impact people who fit to a brand, have the DNA that is in line with what we are, what we do as a company, and therefore they apply. On the other hand, the people who have watched the movie and say, it's not for me, it's still about discouraging the people, such people from applying because we save internal resources and recruiters' time.
We often hear stories say that after we published an ad, we had 500 applications. This happens less and less often, but it still happens. Is that good or bad? Because somebody had to sit down, look over 500 applications, select 50 for a contact. 20 were rejected after the telephone conversation, and nobody was hired. So this video is one of the elements used in recruitment marketing, but it's quite tangible proof that after watching this short clip, you can make a more conscious decision about whether to apply or not. Of course, the standard meeting point between candidate and employer is the job offer itself, and we are a recruitment marketing agency. As such, we've founded our own startup. So if we were to close our eyes, and I won't ask you to do that because it's getting dark and you might fall asleep, so, well, yes. So if we were to close our eyes and imagine the standard job advertisement, so I see a bullet point list, a text, maybe a small graphic logo type, and on this basis, the candidate has to decide whether they want to apply or not. Going further, we ask ourselves, well, what kind of data can we gather from how the candidate found the job offer? Well, usually we cannot glean much data about the candidate from these standard job offers. So what we've created We've created a tool that changes the job offer into a fully functional web pages, so the candidate can get a feel for the company. On the other hand, we want to get as much analytical data as possible to find out what sort of benefits or what sort of expectations the candidate paid attention to. How was this distributed among the candidates? Where do candidates come from? What source did most people apply from? Is it a job page, or is it a social media ad, or an ad at a career office? So we've created a tool that changes the face of job advertising. So the candidate gets the information, the salary range, the type of employment contract, some insights about the company. So they get drawn into why a given company, and this can be customized fully. But we need to draw in the candidate. Some people scroll through the whole offer, some dwell on the details, and the details are very important. A young and dynamic team in one company is might be something else in another company. So some candidates really read the fine print. We also have a section about benefits, what we can offer. We have a section where the candidate can get to know the company. We have why is this important? Well, at this point, over 60% of candidate movement comes from mobile devices, and often application forms require clicking, over 30 seconds of clicking. So we always imagine somebody's on a tram, on a bus, they come across a job ad with a nice slogan, a nice video. They decide to apply, so I start the application process. My stop comes and I have to get off. Am I able to apply in 3-4 seconds? Well, that may be a key factor for the company to successfully recruit. So we are seeing a revolution in terms of how companies present themselves. So just to conclude, a number of benchmarks or examples of what has been happening. These come from the last 2 months, all sorts of campaigns aside from one from a year ago. So we see that companies want to reach out to candidates, and they're trying to make things even more attractive to get these people fully involved from the very beginning. So it's no longer enough to have internships. Well, these are still around, but they're often being replaced by case academy type projects, or a nano shadow, where young people can sort of ghost audit companies across Poland, and they can determine whether they like the job or not. Other installations are also held offline. These are interesting things as well. Directly on the street, not just billboards, city lights, posters where we write, "We're a great employer, we have 20,000 employees, join us." That no longer speaks to young people. So now we are seeing all sorts of ambient installations. Here, IBM created things, created objects to help people. So the message was IBM is a company that helps you live better, that makes your life better. So whether these were awnings or a way to get up the stairs, murals that are visually attractive, or various kinds of road shows involving students and academics through workshops, outdoor cinema, and other events. All based on emotions and based on the story that we want to construct. So in sum, I hope that today's evening will be emotional and inspiring for you. And I think that's it from me. Thank you very much. So the second Professional Education Forum, the second Europass Euroguidance Education Forum is coming to an end. I would like to thank all participants for your active participation. Thank you to our speakers for inspiring lectures, presentations, for the lively discussions. I hope that after you get home, you will realize that you've gained valuable knowledge, that you've obtained insights into various domains. We will also be asking you to fill out a questionnaire. Your feedback is very important to us, your proposals and comments. These will inform the next edition of the forum. And as promised, we will see you next year, and I hope that you get home safely and have a good weekend.
Erasmus+, Europejski Korpus Solidarności. Nowe perspektywy, szersze horyzonty. Środowisko i walka ze zmianą klimatu. Włączanie i różnorodność. Transformacja cyfrowa. Uczestnictwo w życiu demokratycznym. Nowa perspektywa finansowa 21-27.
Szukając pracy po studiach, bez doświadczenia, możesz czuć się zagubiony. Nie wiesz, od czego zacząć. Nic straconego. Poznaj Europass, miejsce, w którym zaprezentujesz swoje umiejętności, kwalifikacje i dotychczasowe doświadczenie zawodowe. Dzięki Europass stworzysz profesjonalny profil, a twoje CV wyróżni się na tle innych ofert. Od czego zacząć? Od CV. Jest kilka template'ów do wyboru. W Europass możesz pochwalić się swoimi zaletami na wiele sposobów. CV ma rozbudowaną sekcję poświęconą znajomości języków obcych. O finalnym wyglądzie i treści decydujesz ty. Wszystkie dokumenty przechowujesz w zakładce Moja biblioteka. Europass jest połączony z największą europejską wyszukiwarką ofert pracy, kursów i wolontariatu EURES. Profil Europass stanie się twoją cyfrową wizytówką. Za pomocą jednego kliknięcia możesz ją udostępnić pracodawcy lub zainteresowanym osobom. Europass jest rozpoznawalny w całej Europie. Jest bezpieczny i darmowy. Funkcjonuje w takiej samej formie w 29 językach. Zrób kolejny krok i dołącz do Europass już teraz.
Jeśli jesteś praktykiem poradnictwa zawodowego, doskonale wiesz, jak dziś ważny jest rozwój zawodowy. Abyś mógł wspierać innych, potrzebujesz przejrzystych informacji na temat dostępnych form edukacji zawodowej, trendów i zapotrzebowań na kompetencje na rynku pracy, a także skutecznych narzędzi i praktyk pracy z klientem. Jednym słowem, potrzebujesz aktualnej wiedzy i rozwoju kompetencji, i to na skalę międzynarodową. Czy istnieje jedno miejsce, które wspierałoby taką wizję rozwoju? Tak, Euroguidance. To europejska sieć zrzeszająca doradców, trenerów i coachów kariery w krajach europejskich. Dzięki Euroguidance możesz czerpać wiedzę na temat zapotrzebowania na kompetencje i zawody na europejskim rynku pracy. Skorzystasz z europejskich inicjatyw, programów i narzędzi w dziedzinie mobilności dla celów edukacyjnych i zawodowych w Europie. Poszerzysz swoje horyzonty poprzez wymianę doświadczeń z praktykami poradnictwa zawodowego w Europie. Odwiedź stronę Euroguidance.eu. Zadbaj o swój rozwój zawodowy z Euroguidance.
Fundacja Rozwoju Systemu Edukacji i World Skills Poland zapraszają na ogólnopolski konkurs zawodów branżowych. Skills Poland Gdańsk 2022. 3 dni zmagań, 200 zawodników, 12 000 m2 strefy konkursowej, polscy i zagraniczni sędziowie. Zapraszamy już dziś. Ponad 20 konkurencji. Skills Poland Gdańsk 2022. Zwycięzcy wezmą udział w międzynarodowym konkursie Euroskills Gdańsk 2023 oraz otrzymają roczny cykl dedykowanych szkoleń z najlepszymi ekspertami branży. Skills are the future. World Skills Poland powstał z myślą o lepszej przyszłości młodych ludzi. Wszystko zaczęło się w Fundacji Rozwoju Systemu Edukacji, gdzie grupa pasjonatów podjęła działania, aby przystąpić do unikatowego projektu na globalną skalę. W World Skills Poland promujemy umiejętności zawodowe poprzez udział zawodników w międzynarodowych konkursach Euroskills i World Skills. To największe zawody branżowe w Europie i na świecie. Program ten poszukuje młodych ludzi i stwarza dla nich niepowtarzalne warunki rozwoju osobistego oraz zawodowego poprzez indywidualny cykl szkoleń z największymi ekspertami w kraju i na świecie. Współpracujące z nami firmy już teraz wiedzą, że jest to nie tylko najlepszy sposób na pozyskanie przyszłych liderów rynku, a zupełnie nowy poziom budowania relacji pracodawca-pracownik. World Skills Poland.
Szukając pracy po studiach, bez doświadczenia, możesz czuć się zagubiony. Nie wiesz, od czego zacząć. Nic straconego. Poznaj Europass, miejsce, w którym zaprezentujesz swoje umiejętności, kwalifikacje i dotychczasowe doświadczenie zawodowe. Dzięki Europass stworzysz profesjonalny profil, a Twoje CV wyróżni się na tle innych ofert. Od czego zacząć? Od CV. Jest kilka template'ów do wyboru. W Europass możesz pochwalić się swoimi zaletami na wiele sposobów. CV ma rozbudowaną sekcję poświęconą znajomości języków obcych. O finalnym wyglądzie i treści decydujesz Ty. Wszystkie dokumenty przechowujesz w zakładce Moja biblioteka. Europass jest połączony z największą europejską wyszukiwarką ofert pracy, kursów i wolontariatu EURES. Profil Europass stanie się Twoją cyfrową wizytówką. Za pomocą jednego kliknięcia możesz ją udostępnić pracodawcy lub zainteresowanym osobom. Europass jest rozpoznawalny w całej Europie. Jest bezpieczny i darmowy. Funkcjonuje w taki